Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've been afraid to talk about this for a long time. Even now, my hands shake as I type this out. What happened to me that fall evening in 1887 changed everything I thought I knew about our world. I've consulted doctors, spiritualists, and even a priest since then, but none could offer explanations that satisfied me. Perhaps writing it down will help me make sense of it, or at least allow others to judge whether I was visited by ghosts or simply lost my mind. I had just returned to my apartment around 6 in the evening after a long walk through town. The air had that crisp autumn feeling, and the golden leaves crunching beneath my feet had put me in good spirits. My apartment was on the 3rd floor of an old brick building, nothing fancy, just 3 rooms that I kept reasonably tidy. I'd lived there for nearly 8 months without incident. After hanging my coat, I stepped into the parlor and was about to light the lamp when it happened. The most crushing weight slammed into my chest from behind, as if something massive and invisible had barreled into the room right after me. The force nearly knocked me over, but it wasn't physical. Not exactly. It felt like my very lungs were being squeezed from inside. I tried to call out, but couldn't catch enough breath to make a sound. My arms and legs became impossibly heavy, like they'd been filled with lead. I couldn't even turn my head or move my fingers. It wasn't like normal paralysis where you feel nothing. I felt everything. Every muscle, every nerve was screaming to move, but utterly incapable. The strangest part was that my mind remained completely alert. This wasn't like fainting or drowsiness. I was horrifyingly conscious, watching helplessly as my body refused every command. Then came the pulling sensation. Every nerve in my body seemed to stretch toward a specific point about 6 feet in front of me. It was as though something was using my own energy, drawing it out of me like water from a well. The air in that spot began to distort. At first, I thought it was my vision failing, but no. The actual air was twisting, warping like heat rising from a road in summer. A pale light formed in the center of the distortion, not bright like a flame, but a sickly, flickering oval that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. As I watched, transfixed and terrified, the light stretched and contorted until it took a human shape. The figure of a man formed before me, an elderly man with a completely bald head and a long white beard that reached almost to his chest. His face was deeply lined, but what struck me most were his eyes. Dark, profound, and filled with such overwhelming sadness that it physically hurt to look at them. His expression was pleading, desperate. He stared directly at me with an urgency that made my blood run cold. His mouth began to move as if speaking, his hands gesturing frantically, but I couldn't hear a sound. The silence in the room was absolute, except for my own shallow, struggling breaths. With tremendous effort, I managed to force a whisper past my lips, "Speak louder." The figure's eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised that I had spoken. He leaned closer to me, his mouth moving more deliberately now. I could see the strain in his face as he tried to make himself heard. His voice began to register, not as actual sound, but as something deeper, like urgent murmurs coming from underwater. The words were there, at the edge of my comprehension, like trying to recall a name that sits on the tip of your tongue. I strained to understand, desperately wanting to grasp what he was trying to tell me. The harder I concentrated, the more his form seemed to waver and flicker. His features began to blur around the edges, dissolving back into that strange light. Just as he faded completely, another figure began to form. This one was clearly a woman, though dimmer and less distinct than the man had been. Her appearance was blurry, like looking through frosted glass. but I could make out long, dark hair and a pale face. Her movements were slower, gentler, and she spoke in softer tones, still completely inaudible to me. Throughout all this, I remained frozen in place, my clothes now drenched with cold sweat. The woman's figure lasted only a minute before she too dissolved into nothingness. The moment she disappeared, the pressure on my chest released all at once, and I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air. The paralysis lifted, and I jumped to my feet, stumbling backward until I hit the wall. My heart was pounding so hard I feared it might burst. I rushed to the mirror hanging in the hallway and was shocked by what I saw. My face was ghostly pale, and my eyes were wide with unmistakable terror. This confirmed what I already knew. I hadn't dreamed this. Whatever had happened was real. I paced around my apartment for nearly an hour, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. Was it a hallucination, some kind of seizure? I felt physically drained, as though I'd run miles without stopping. Eventually I made a decision that most would consider madness. I had to know more. I returned to the exact spot where I'd been standing when it all began. I forced myself to stand still, to breathe deeply, to remain as calm and receptive as possible. For several minutes, nothing happened, and I began to feel foolish. Then the pressure returned, stronger this time, crushing against my chest and stealing my breath in an instant. The paralysis spread through my limbs, even faster than before, locking me in place with that same terrible awareness. Once again I felt my energy being pulled toward a point in front of me, and the air began to twist and warp just as it had before. The old man appeared first, his form clearer and more solid than before. His eyes still held that profound sadness, but now I saw something else there too, fear. He was afraid, desperately afraid of something. His mouth moved, forming words I still couldn't hear, but his gestures were more frantic now, his hands trembling as he tried to communicate. I focused every ounce of my concentration on his lips, trying to read what he was saying. I had studied lip reading briefly years ago, but the man's beard obscured much of his mouth, making it nearly impossible. Still, I caught fragments, movements that might have been danger or coming. When he faded, the woman appeared again. Her voice, though still inaudible, seemed to resonate somewhere deep in my mind. I strained so hard to understand that I felt blood vessels bursting in my eyes. Just as she began to fade, I caught something. Not with my ears, but somehow directly in my mind. 2 words, clear as day. Earlier whisper. The pressure released again, and I fell forward, catching myself on my hands and knees. My nose was bleeding and my head pounded with the worst pain I'd ever felt. But those 2 words echoed in my mind. Earlier whisper. I spent the next several days in a state of nervous anticipation. I barely slept, jumping at every creak and shadow in my apartment. I took to carrying a notebook, writing down everything I could remember about the appearances, searching for patterns or meaning. On the 5th night after the initial incident, it happened again, without warning and without me intentionally trying to summon it. I was preparing for bed when the crushing weight returned, freezing me in place beside my dresser. This time, the figures formed more quickly, and there was a new urgency in their movements. The old man appeared first as before, but now he seemed to be shouting, his face contorted with desperation. The woman followed, her form slightly clearer than previous times. I focused everything on understanding them, ignoring the pain and pressure building in my chest and head. As I concentrated, I caught more words from the woman, land and America. These words weren't spoken aloud, but somehow transmitted directly into my mind. When they vanished this time, I immediately wrote down what I'd heard. Earlier whisper, land, America. The words made no sense together, but I was certain they were trying to warn me of something. Some impending danger or disaster, perhaps. The visitations continued for weeks. always following the same pattern, the crushing pressure, the paralysis, the old man with his pleading eyes, then the woman with her softer presence. Each time, I would catch fragments, never complete sentences, just disconnected words that seemed important but impossible to piece together. What terrifies me most is the feeling that these entities, whatever they are, seem to be using me somehow, drawing energy through me to manifest in our world. I can feel it being pulled from my very core each time they appear, leaving me weaker after every visit. I've come to believe they're trying to deliver a message they can't fully communicate. The old man's eyes haunt me, that mixture of sadness and terror, as if he knows something horrible is approaching and can't make me understand. I've moved apartments twice since then, but they follow me. The visitations have become less frequent over time, but they never stop completely. Sometimes months pass without incident, making me hope it's finally over, only for that crushing weight to return without warning. Last night, it happened again. The pressure, the figures, the desperate attempts to communicate. This time, I caught more words. Waves, shore, and flee. But what does it mean? What are they trying to tell me? I've consulted mediums who claim the spirits are from the future, trying to warn about some calamity. Others suggest they're lost souls trapped between worlds. A doctor suggested I might be experiencing a rare form of epilepsy that causes vivid hallucinations, but that doesn't explain how physical objects in my room move during these episodes. Books falling from shelves, windows rattling without wind. I write this now in the hope that someone might recognize these experiences or make sense of the fragmented message. The crushing weight, the paralysis, the old man with his sad eyes and white beard, the woman with her whispered words. Earlier whisper, land, America, waves, shore, flee. Tonight I sit waiting, my candle burning low, wondering if they'll return. The clock shows almost 6 in the evening, the same time it all began on that autumn day. My chest already feels tight, and the air in the corner of the room seems to shimmer slightly. I think they're coming again. I can feel that familiar pressure building. The air is starting to twist. God help me. I still don't understand what they want from me, but I know with absolute certainty that something terrible is coming, and I'm powerless to stop it. The old man is forming now. His eyes are wider than I've ever seen them. His mouth is moving faster. The woman is appearing beside him already, before he's even faded. That's never happened before. They're both gesturing to the east, toward the ocean. The pressure is crushing my chest. I can barely breathe to write these words. They're both speaking now, in unison, and for the first time I can almost hear them, not with my ears, but in my mind. They're saying... Story 2. I've been debating whether to post this for a while now. I'm not usually one to share personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I can't talk to my friends about this. They'd think I've lost my mind. Even now, 3 years later, I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, convinced that I'm not alone in my room. It all started when I was 18. My grandmother Eleanor had lived in this old Victorian house in Oakridge since before I was born. It's one of those houses that looks like it belongs on a horror movie set. 3 stories of faded yellow paint, decorative woodwork that had seen better days, and these creaky floorboards that announced your presence no matter how quietly you tried to walk. I always felt uneasy there, even as a kid. There was just something off about the place. Nothing I could put my finger on, just this sense that the house itself was watching me. My parents thought I was being dramatic when I'd tell them I didn't want to stay there during school breaks, but they insisted I spend time with Grandma Eleanor, especially after Grandpa died. Don't get me wrong, I loved my grandmother. She was this sweet, tough-as-nails lady who baked the best apple pie you've ever tasted and never forgot my birthday. But her house? That place gave me the creeps. The weird thing was, no one else ever seemed to notice anything strange. Not my parents, not my younger brother, and definitely not my grandmother. When I'd mention feeling like someone was watching me, or how the temperature would suddenly drop in certain rooms, they'd just laugh it off. "Old houses settle, Lily," my dad would say. "They make noises. It's normal." But what happened that night in April wasn't normal. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Grandma Eleanor had recently moved into Pine Meadows, this nursing home about 20 minutes from her house. She'd fallen and broken her hip, and the doctors said she shouldn't be living alone anymore. The house was going to be sold eventually, but everything was still in limbo while my parents sorted out the legal stuff. That weekend, I needed to escape my roommate situation at college. My roommate had her boyfriend visiting, and I really didn't want to be the awkward third wheel in our tiny dorm room. So I decided to stay at my grandmother's empty house. I had a key, and the utilities were still on. Plus, I figured I could pack up some of Grandma's photo albums to bring to her at Pine Meadows. I brought my dog Bella with me, a medium-sized mutt with golden fur who normally wouldn't hurt a fly. She's the calmest dog you'll ever meet. Seriously, thunderstorms don't even faze her. I've had her since I was 15, and she's basically my furry shadow. I arrived at the house around 4 in the afternoon. The place had that musty, unlived-in smell, and dust had settled on most surfaces. I spent a few hours going through Grandma's stuff, boxing up some things she'd want at the nursing home. By around 9, I was exhausted and decided to call it a night. The electricity was still working, thankfully, but the house felt eerily quiet without my grandmother's old TV shows playing in the background or her humming as she puttered around the kitchen. I decided to stay in my usual room, the guest bedroom on the second floor that overlooked the backyard. It had twin beds with these faded floral comforters that hadn't been updated since the 90s, and a dresser that was probably antique but just looked old and worn to me. There was this one corner of the bedroom, diagonally across from the bed, that had always bothered me. It was where the closet met the outer wall, creating this recessed area that always seemed darker than the rest of the room, even with the lights on. As a kid, I used to imagine monsters hiding there, waiting for me to fall asleep. I got ready for bed, brushed my teeth in the ancient bathroom with its clawfoot tub, and settled in with Bella curled up at my feet. I was scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the creepy vibes of being alone in the house, when I noticed Bella's head suddenly perk up. Her ears were alert, and she was staring intently at that corner I'd always hated. I glanced over but didn't see anything unusual, just shadows cast by the bedside lamp. I went back to my phone, but then Bella started to growl. Not her playful growl, but a deep, threatening sound that I'd rarely heard her make. "What is it, girl?" I whispered, following her gaze. That's when I noticed it. The corner looked wrong. It wasn't just dark. It was like the darkness was deeper there, more concentrated. Almost like the shadows were pooling in that spot, creating this black void that seemed to absorb the light around it. I blinked a few times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the unnaturally dark patch remained. It wasn't moving or changing shape, just this perfectly still area of intense blackness that didn't belong. Bella's growling intensified. Her fur stood on end along her spine, and she looked genuinely frightened. I tried to calm her down, rubbing her back and whispering soothing words, but she wouldn't take her eyes off that corner. "There's nothing there, Bella," I said, trying to convince myself as much as her. "It's just shadows." But then she did something that made my blood run cold. She lunged forward, barking frantically at the empty corner. Not just barking, she was snarling, showing her teeth, acting like she was facing a serious threat. I'd never seen her behave this way before, not even when the neighbor's aggressive German shepherd had come into our yard once. My heart was pounding as I reached over and switched on the overhead light. Immediately, the deep darkness in the corner seemed to dissipate, blending back into normal shadows. Bella stopped barking, but remained tense, her eyes fixed on the spot. "See?" "Nothing there," I said, my voice shaking slightly. I got up and checked the corner anyway, running my hand along the wall, opening the closet door to peer inside. Everything was normal, just dusty baseboards and my grandmother's old coats hanging in the closet. No sign of mice or anything that might have upset Bella. After a while, she settled down, though she stayed alert, her head resting on her paws, but her eyes still watching that corner. I left the overhead light on and tried to go to sleep, telling myself I was being ridiculous. The house was old, and my imagination was running wild, that's all. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up suddenly to Bella growling again. The clock on the nightstand read 2:17 in the morning. Somehow, the overhead light was off, though I was certain I'd left it on. The only illumination came from the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains, and the corner was dark again. Not just dark, it looked like a hole had been punched through reality. The blackness seemed to have substance, like it was something tangible rather than just an absence of light. It was expanding too, ever so slowly creeping outward along the walls. Bella was going absolutely ballistic now, barking and snarling, her whole body rigid with tension. She was positioned between me and that corner, as if trying to protect me. "Bella, stop!" I hissed, terrified that whatever was happening would get worse if she kept provoking it. I fumbled for the bedside lamp and switched it on. The light flickered once, twice, before stabilizing. But this time, the darkness in the corner didn't recede. If anything, it seemed to deepen, absorbing the lamplight without reflecting any of it back. That's when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound coming from within that darkness. At first, I thought it was just my heartbeat pounding in my ears. But no, this was different. It sounded like breathing, slow, deliberate breathing that wasn't mine or Bella's. I froze, unable to move or even scream. The rational part of my brain was desperately searching for an explanation. A draft, causing something to move, the house settling, anything but what it sounded like. The breathing got louder, more distinct. And then, I swear I'm not making this up, I saw movement within the darkness. Nothing clear or defined, just a subtle shift, like something was adjusting its position. Watching. Bella made this strangled yelping sound and jumped off the bed, backing toward the door, her eyes never leaving the corner. Her reaction snapped me out of my paralysis. If she was that scared, we needed to get out. I didn't think twice. I grabbed my phone and car keys from the nightstand, snatched my pillow. Don't ask me why. Pure instinct, I guess, and bolted for the door, calling Bella to follow me. We raced down the stairs, the old wooden steps creaking loudly under our weight. I fumbled with the front door lock, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice. All the while, I had this overwhelming feeling that something was coming down the stairs behind us, moving silently but quickly. Finally, I got the door open. Bella shot past me into the yard, and I was right behind her. We sprinted to my car, which was parked in the driveway. I unlocked it with trembling hands and practically threw Bella into the passenger seat before scrambling in myself and locking all the doors. Only then did I look back at the house. Everything appeared normal from the outside, an old Victorian home sitting quietly in the night. Except for my bedroom window on the second floor. It was completely black, as if someone had painted over the glass or hung the thickest possible curtain. But I knew there were only thin lace curtains in that room, and the streetlight should have been visible through them. I started the car, but didn't drive away. Some irrational part of me was afraid to leave, as if driving away would somehow make the thing in the corner follow me home. So I just sat there, holding Bella close as she whimpered, watching the house and that blackened window. We stayed in the car all night. I didn't sleep a wink, just kept staring at that window, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The blackness remained until the first light of dawn, when it gradually faded, returning to a normal-looking window. When the sun was fully up, I found the courage to go back inside. I needed my stuff, and part of me needed to see the room in daylight, to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination. The house looked perfectly ordinary in the morning sun. I climbed the stairs cautiously, Bella refusing to come with me despite my coaxing. She sat at the bottom of the staircase, watching me with anxious eyes. The bedroom was exactly as I'd left it. Bed rumpled from my hasty exit, lamp still on, closet door open from when I'd checked it earlier. The corner that had terrified me so much was just a corner, nothing unusual about it. I quickly gathered my belongings, not wanting to spend another second there than necessary. As I was about to leave, something caught my eye. On the wall in that corner, just above the baseboard, were 3 long, dark marks that looked like scratches. I was absolutely certain they hadn't been there the day before when I'd run my hand along that wall. They were fresh, the exposed wood lighter than the surrounding painted surface. I took a picture with my phone, grabbed the rest of my things, and got out of there as fast as I could. I called my parents later that day and made up some excuse about the house feeling too empty and sad without Grandma. I told them I didn't think I should stay there alone again. They understood, thankfully, and didn't press for details. The house was sold a month later. I never went back. But that's not the end of it. I wish it was. After that night, I started noticing things. Small things at first, shadows in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look, the feeling of being watched when I was alone in my dorm room. I'd wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, heart racing, convinced something was in the room with me. When I moved to Westbrook after graduation and got an apartment with 2 roommates, I thought things would improve. New place, fresh start, right? But the incidents continued. Sometimes I'd wake up at exactly 2:17 in the morning, the same time I'd woken up in my grandmother's house. I'd lie there, heart pounding, afraid to look into the dark corners of my bedroom. My roommates have commented on how jumpy I am, how I always keep a light on at night or get freaked out when the power goes out. They think it's just a quirk. They don't know about the night terrors, the times I've woken up screaming because I dreamed that the darkness in the corner was spreading across my ceiling, breathing, watching. I've tried to research what happened. I've looked into the history of my grandmother's house, searched online for similar experiences, even considered talking to a psychologist. But I'm afraid they'll just say it was sleep paralysis or an overactive imagination, and I know it was more than that. Bella experienced it too, and animals don't hallucinate the way humans do. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that corner has followed me, if it's waiting, biding its time for some reason I can't understand. Other times I tell myself it was just a one-time thing, some weird phenomenon specific to that house. But then I'll wake up in the dead of night and the corner of my bedroom will look just a little too dark, and I'll remember the sound of that breathing, and I'll know. It wasn't just the house, and I'm not sure it's ever going to leave me alone. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 4 months. And James and I still talk about it in hushed tones after Emma goes to bed. We've searched for rational explanations, but nothing makes sense, and it's starting to affect us. I thought writing this might help me process everything. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. We bought our house in Ravenwood 3 years ago, this beautiful old Victorian that stands across from Carson's funeral home. Honestly, the funeral home was part of why we fell in love with the property. James is a history professor, and I've always been drawn to anything with a Gothic vibe. The house itself is 114 years old, with those gorgeous original hardwood floors, stained glass windows in the stairwell, and a turret room that I immediately claimed as my art studio. When we first moved in, we got the standard welcome wagon from neighbors, but with an interesting twist. Mrs. Hendricks from 2 doors down brought us a casserole and casually mentioned that our house had quite the reputation. The postman asked if we'd heard anything yet, when delivering our change of address packages. Even the guy installing our internet made a comment about how he'd refused to work in our house after dark when the previous owners lived here. James and I just laughed it off. We're not exactly skeptics. We both believe there's more to this world than what we can see, but we weren't concerned. Something about old houses just invites ghost stories. For the first 2 years, the most supernatural thing we experienced was our cat Jasper staring intensely at empty corners. Sure, occasionally I'd catch what seemed like a shadow in my peripheral vision, or we'd hear creaking that didn't quite match the house settling. Once, I swear someone whispered my name while I was painting alone in the turret room. But these were all things easily dismissed. Old houses make noise, imagination fills in blanks. Our second cat, Luna, probably knocked something over in another room. We had our daughter Emma a year after moving in, and now she's the most perfect 2-year-old you can imagine. Curious, chatty, and completely unfazed by the house. If anything, I figured children and animals are supposed to be more sensitive to paranormal stuff, and Emma never showed any signs of distress. She slept through the night from 8 months old, never had unexplained crying fits, never pointed at empty spaces or talked about imaginary friends that seemed too specific to be made up. Then came Valentine's Day this year. The day had been completely normal. James and I both worked from home. He was grading papers while I finished a commissioned painting. Emma played at our feet, occasionally bringing us toys or books. We ordered heart-shaped pizzas for dinner as our little tradition, and opened a bottle of wine after Emma's bath time. It was freezing outside, even for February in our region. The temperature had dropped to negative 35 degrees Celsius, according to our weather app, and we could hear the old pipes groaning as our heating system worked overtime. The cold snap was severe enough that school had been cancelled for the next day. After dinner, we decided to watch a movie in the living room. Emma was fighting sleep, but eventually dozed off on the couch between us around 9:30. The movie was some romantic comedy that neither of us was particularly invested in. When it ended around 11, I was exhausted from chasing Emma all day and decided to head up to bed, while James stayed downstairs to clean up our wine glasses and pizza box. Our bedroom is on the 2nd floor, directly above the living room. The house has this central staircase that creaks no matter how carefully you step, so I was trying to be quiet to avoid waking Emma. I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and climbed into bed, scrolling through my phone for a few minutes. James texted that he was filling his water bottle in the kitchen before coming up. He always brings a giant water bottle to bed. It's one of those habits I used to find annoying, but now just accept as part of him. That's when it happened. There was this sound. No, not just a sound, a scream that erupted from downstairs. It came from the living room where Emma was sleeping. But it wasn't Emma crying or calling out for us. This was different. It wasn't human. I've tried to describe it to the few people I've told, but words fail me. It was like a shriek, but deeper and more guttural than any person could make. The closest thing I can compare it to is if you combined the scream of a woman in pain with the growl of a large animal, but even that doesn't capture it. It had this distorted quality, like it was coming through some kind of filter or from very far away, yet it was unmistakably in our house. My blood went cold instantly. My whole body froze, unable to move for what felt like forever but was probably only seconds. Then maternal instinct kicked in and I scrambled for my phone to text James. "Did you hear that? What was that scream?" Before I could even hit send, a text from him popped up. "Sarah, did you hear that? What the fuck was that noise?" We'd both heard it. It wasn't my imagination. I jumped out of bed and ran toward the stairs, nearly tripping over my own feet. Just as I reached the top of the staircase, I saw James rushing from the kitchen into the living room. We locked eyes for a second, and the pure terror I saw in his face mirrored exactly what I was feeling. "Emma!" I gasped, and flew down the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. When we reached the couch, Emma was still there, peacefully asleep. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she was snoring softly, completely undisturbed. Her favorite stuffed rabbit was clutched against her chest, rising and falling with each breath. James and I stood there, staring at our sleeping daughter, then at each other, both of us shaking. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, his voice cracking. I shook my head, unable to form words. We both knew the scream had come from the living room, exactly where Emma was sleeping, but she hadn't made the sound. She hadn't even stirred. James immediately began checking the house. He locked and double-checked every window and door, looked under furniture, in closets, behind curtains. I stayed by Emma, unwilling to leave her side even for a second. Our cats were nowhere to be seen, probably hiding under the bed upstairs, which didn't help my nerves at all. "Could it have been outside?" I asked, when he returned to the living room, looking as confused and frightened as when he'd left. He shook his head. "All the windows are closed because of the cold. We wouldn't have heard anything from outside that clearly. And that sound, Sarah, that wasn't a person or an animal." I know what he wanted to say, but couldn't bring himself to. It sounded demonic. Neither of us is religious, but that word kept echoing in my head. Demonic scream, demonic. After checking the entire house twice, we decided to take Emma up to our bedroom. There was no way either of us was going to sleep separately that night. James carried her, and I followed close behind, constantly looking over my shoulder. Emma didn't wake up during the transfer, just snuggled deeper into the blankets when we placed her in the middle of our bed. Neither of us slept that night. We sat up on either side of Emma, occasionally whispering theories to each other, each sounding more far-fetched than the last, gas leak causing hallucinations. But we both heard exactly the same thing. Some kind of animal caught in the walls? But what animal screams like that? A prank by neighborhood kids, but how would they have gotten that sound inside our sealed house in sub-freezing temperatures? Around 3 in the morning, I remembered the funeral home across the street. There had been a service earlier that day. I'd noticed the cars and people dressed in black when I'd gone to get the mail. Was there some connection? Had something followed someone home? I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story before it happened to me, I'd have nodded politely while mentally cataloguing all the rational explanations they were overlooking. When morning finally came, Emma woke up her usual cheerful self, completely oblivious to what had happened or why she was in our bed. James called in sick to work, and I cancelled my Zoom meeting with a client. There was no way we were separating that day. Over breakfast, while Emma happily smashed banana into her high chair, James and I discussed what to do. We agreed the house needed something. Cleansing, blessing. I'm not religious, but my grandmother was Native American and had taught me about smudging when I was younger. I'd always been respectful of the tradition without necessarily believing in its power, but that morning I was willing to try anything. I had some white sage bundles in my art supplies. I occasionally use them when starting new projects as a ritual to clear creative blocks. I gathered them along with some sea salt and sweetgrass I'd bought at a farmer's market months ago. Around noon, I opened every window in the house, despite the bitter cold. James took Emma to the coffee shop down the street, while I walked through each room, burning the sage and sweetgrass, focusing my thoughts on clearing out whatever negative energy had manifested. "You are not welcome here," I said aloud, feeling slightly ridiculous but too terrified not to try. "This is our home. You need to leave." I paid special attention to the living room where the scream had originated. The entire time I was smudging, I felt watched. The hair on my arms stood up, and several times I spun around, certain someone was standing behind me. The house was empty, but that feeling of a presence never left. After an hour of freezing temperatures purging the house, I closed all the windows and texted James that it was safe to come back. The smell of sage hung in the air, and though I can't explain why, the house did feel lighter. Over the following days, we researched the history of our house, hoping to find some explanation. The property had changed hands frequently over its 100-plus years, but nothing particularly tragic had happened there. No murders, no unexpected deaths, nothing that would explain what we experienced. I discreetly asked Mrs. Hendricks about the reputation she'd mentioned when we first moved in. She hesitated before telling me that the previous owners had moved out after less than a year, claiming they heard voices and screams at night. The owners before them had complained about something dark in the living room specifically. She seemed relieved when I didn't laugh it off this time. It's been 4 months since Valentine's Day and we haven't heard the scream again. But things have changed. The house feels different now, like it's more aware of us. I notice shadows moving more frequently. Objects aren't always where we left them. Last week, all 3 of Emma's stuffed animals were arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of her room when I went to wake her up, though I'm certain they were in her toy box when I put her to bed. Emma has started talking about her friend who visits at night. When I ask who her friend is, she just says, "The sad lady who stands by my bed." She doesn't seem scared, which somehow makes it worse. James wants to move, but the housing market is terrible right now, and we can't afford to take a loss on this place. Besides, part of me wonders if whatever is here might follow us, if it attached itself to us, not the house. The logical part of my brain still tries to explain it away. Maybe the extreme cold caused something in the house to contract suddenly, creating that ungodly sound. Maybe we were both overtired and experiencing the same auditory hallucination. Maybe it was some bizarre acoustical phenomenon catching a sound from far away and amplifying it in our living room. But I know what I heard. I know what we both heard. And sometimes, late at night, when James is asleep, and I'm lying awake, listening to every creak and groan of this old house, I swear I can hear something breathing at the foot of our bed, waiting for another chance to make itself known. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:16, according to the clock on my nightstand. The room was freezing cold, much colder than the rest of the house should have been with the heater running. As I reached to pull the blanket higher, I saw a dark figure standing in the corner of our bedroom. It wasn't clearly defined, more like a deeper patch of darkness in an already dark room. But it had height and mass and seemed to be watching us. I lay completely still, afraid to wake James or Emma, afraid to acknowledge what I was seeing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, it slowly moved toward the bedroom door and disappeared into the hallway. I heard footsteps going down the stairs, heavy and deliberate, nothing like the light footfalls of our cats. I didn't sleep after that, and I haven't told James yet. I don't know what to do anymore. Part of me believes we need to move immediately before things escalate further, but another part wonders if this is just our reality now, living with whatever made that scream, hoping it stays dormant, pretending everything is normal for Emma's sake. All I know for certain is that something is in our house with us. Something that doesn't belong in this world made itself known that Valentine's night. And I'm terrified it's only a matter of time before we hear that scream again. Story 4. I still remember that summer when I was 10. Most of my childhood memories have faded over time, but what happened at the Martin family compound in upstate New York is seared into my brain. I'm 26 now, but I still get chills thinking about it. I've never shared this story publicly before now, but I need to get it off my chest. My best friend Casey Martin had invited me to join her family on their annual trip to their family property. I was so excited. I'd never been to New York before, and Casey had talked about this place for years. Her family owned this huge wooded property with several houses all grouped together like a little village. It was the kind of place where generations of families could gather, with cabins and cottages scattered around a main house. My parents were hesitant at first. They were protective and rarely let me stay overnight anywhere, let alone travel out of state. But the Martins were well respected in our small town of Pineville, and after Casey's parents assured mine that they'd take good care of me, they finally agreed. The day we left, I packed my little purple backpack with probably way too many clothes and my favorite stuffed bear, Mr. Wiggles. I remember the drive taking forever. Casey and I sat in the back seat of their Suburban, playing travel games and making up stories while her parents chatted in the front. Casey's older brother Luke was 16 and mostly ignored us, plugged into his Walkman the entire time. When we finally arrived, I was in awe. Casey hadn't exaggerated at all. The property was massive, at least 15 acres of dense woodland surrounding a clearing where the houses stood. The main house was this huge Victorian-style building with a wraparound porch and shuttered windows. There were 4 smaller houses around it, each with its own style, but all looking like they belonged together. Casey's grandparents greeted us from the porch of the main house. Her grandmother gave me a hug that smelled like cinnamon and told me to call her Nana Jean like everyone else did. Her grandfather was tall and quiet, just nodding at me before helping unload the car. We settled into one of the smaller houses, a 2-story cottage with worn wooden floors that creaked with every step. Casey and I shared a room upstairs with twin beds and a window that looked out into the woods. I remember thinking how dark it got at night without streetlights or neighboring houses. The darkness seemed absolute, swallowing everything beyond our windows. The first few days were amazing. We spent hours exploring the woods, wading in the creek that cut through the property, and playing with Casey's cousins, who were staying in the other houses. There were about 15 people total spread across the compound, all related to Casey somehow. Everyone had their own space, but we gathered at the main house for meals. It was on the 4th night that everything changed. Someone had decided we should have a bonfire. The adults dragged logs into a circle in the clearing between all the houses and built up this huge fire. I'd never seen one so big before. As the sun set, everyone gathered around, roasting marshmallows and hot dogs. The sky turned this deep purple blue, and the fire threw shadows that danced across everyone's faces. Then Casey's Uncle Earl suggested ghost stories. He started it off with some silly tale about a hook-handed man that made all us kids giggle nervously. But then Casey's grandfather began telling a story that felt different. His voice dropped low, and he spoke about the woods around us like they held secrets. "These forests have a history longer than our families," he said, poking at the fire and sending sparks flying upward. "People have disappeared in these woods. Some say they got lost, but others know better." I remember how quiet everyone got. Even the teenagers stopped whispering among themselves. He told us about hunters who went in and never came out, about strange lights seen moving through the trees at night, about voices calling from the darkness. Casey grabbed my hand under our shared blanket, and I could feel her palm sweating against mine. By the time he finished his story, I was terrified but trying not to show it. The adults were laughing, breaking the tension, but us kids were all wide-eyed and silent. I couldn't stop looking at the dark line of trees surrounding us. The firelight only reached so far, and beyond that was just blackness. That's when I saw it for the first time. I glanced up at the main house, and there in an upstairs window was a figure, just standing there watching us. I froze, squeezing Casey's hand so hard she yanked it away. The figure wasn't clearly visible, just a silhouette against a faintly lit background. But I could tell it was a person, standing completely still, watching our gathering. "Look!" I blurted out, pointing toward the window. "There's someone in the window up there!" Everyone turned to look where I was pointing. Casey's grandmother stood up abruptly, and Casey's dad got up too. "Which window, Olivia?" he asked, squinting up at the house. "That one on the 2nd floor, to the right," I said, still pointing. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. Casey's dad frowned. "There's nobody there, honey." "But I saw someone," I insisted. "They were just standing there watching us." The adults exchanged looks I couldn't quite read. Nana Jean came over and patted my shoulder. "That's the old sewing room," she said gently. "Nobody uses it much anymore." Maybe you saw the dress form I keep in there. In the dark, it can look like a person. I knew what I'd seen wasn't a dress form. It had moved slightly, just before disappearing. But everyone was looking at me with these indulgent smiles, like I was just a silly kid with an overactive imagination. "The ghost stories have got you spooked," Casey's mom said, laughing a little. "Maybe we should call it a night." The bonfire started breaking up after that. The younger kids were sent to bed, while the adults stayed to put out the fire and clean up. Casey and I trudged back to our cottage, and I couldn't stop myself from glancing back at that window. It was completely dark now. In our room, as we got ready for bed, Casey finally whispered, "I saw it too." I whipped around to look at her. "You did? Why didn't you say anything?" She shrugged, looking down at her feet. "My family gets weird about stuff like that. Dad always says it's just our imagination, and Mom gets mad if we talk about seeing things." "But what was it?" I asked, sitting on my bed and hugging my knees to my chest. "I don't know," Casey admitted, "but it's not the first time I've seen someone watching from the windows here." I barely slept that night. Every creak of the old house made me jump. I kept staring at our bedroom window, terrified I'd see a face looking in. When I did finally drift off, I had nightmares about being chased through endless woods. The next morning I was groggy and on edge. Everyone else seemed normal at breakfast, chatting and making plans for the day, but I noticed Casey's grandparents having a hushed conversation in the corner of the kitchen. When they saw me watching, they stopped abruptly. That afternoon, Casey and I were playing near the edge of the woods when I saw it again, a figure moving between the trees. It was too far away to make out clearly, but it seemed to be watching us. When I pointed it out to Casey, she saw it too. We both froze, and the figure disappeared behind a large oak tree. "Should we tell someone?" I whispered. Casey shook her head. "They won't believe us. They never do." Later that evening, I was washing my hands in the bathroom when I glanced up at the mirror and nearly screamed. Behind me, in the cracked open doorway, I could see someone standing in the hallway. Just a glimpse, part of a shoulder, the side of a face. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. I ran downstairs to where the adults were talking in the living room and tried to tell Casey's mom what I'd seen. But she just smiled, that same patronizing smile. "Honey, old houses make all kinds of noises and play tricks on your eyes. There's nobody here that shouldn't be." But I could tell from the way the adults looked at each other that something was off. There was tension in the air that hadn't been there before. At dinner that night, Casey's dad announced that we'd be cutting our trip short. He claimed it was because of a work emergency, but I caught the meaningful glances exchanged around the table. No one seemed surprised or particularly disappointed. That night, as Casey and I packed our things, I asked her if they always left early from these trips. "Sometimes," she said vaguely, "usually if someone sees something." "You mean like what we saw? The person watching us?" She nodded, but wouldn't say more. We left the next morning, and I never went back to that property again. Casey and I stayed friends through middle school, but we never really talked about what happened that summer. Eventually, her family moved away, and we lost touch. Years passed. I went to college, started my career, and mostly forgot about that strange weekend. Until 3 years ago, when I got a Facebook message from Casey out of the blue. Her grandmother had passed away, and the family was finally selling the property. Casey was helping clear out the houses and wanted to know if I'd come help for a weekend. I almost said no. The memory of that place still made me uneasy. But curiosity won out. I wanted answers to what I'd seen all those years ago. When I arrived, the property looked smaller than I remembered, but just as isolated. Most of the houses were empty already, with just the main house still containing furniture and decades of accumulated belongings. Casey had grown up, of course. She was married now, with a toddler she'd left with her husband for the weekend. We hugged awkwardly, 16 years of distance between us, before setting to work on the attic of the main house. We spent hours sorting through dusty boxes, deciding what to keep, sell, or throw away. It was in an old steamer trunk that I found it, a folder of yellowing newspaper clippings carefully preserved in plastic sleeves. The headlines jumped out at me. Local man missing in wooded area. Search continues for vanished hunter. Martin property search yields no clues. The articles dated back to 1956. A young man named Thomas Blackwood, 23 years old, had disappeared while visiting the Martin family property. He was engaged to Casey's grandmother's sister, Elaine Martin. The last article noted that he had reported strange sightings in the woods before his disappearance. My hands were shaking as I showed Casey. "Did you know about this?" She took the folder, flipping through the clippings with a grim expression. "I'd heard rumors. Grandma would never talk about it directly. Just warnings to stay out of the woods after dark." We dug deeper into the trunk and found a diary that belonged to Elaine. The entries after Thomas's disappearance were heartbreaking. Her grief, her confusion, and her growing fear of something watching her from the woods. In her final entry, dated just 3 months after Thomas vanished, she wrote, "I saw him again last night, standing at the edge of the trees, but it wasn't really him. Something else is wearing his face. The family says I'm having a breakdown, that I need to stop talking about it. Father says it will ruin our reputation if people think the property is haunted. But I know what I saw. I'm leaving tomorrow. I can't stay here knowing he's out there, watching." According to Casey, Elaine had moved to California shortly after and never returned, not even for family gatherings. She died in the late 80s, never having married. I felt sick as the realization hit me. Your family knew. All this time they knew the place was haunted. Casey nodded slowly. I think they hoped it would just go away if they ignored it. Every time someone saw something, we'd leave early. Then we'd come back the next year and pretend nothing had happened. That night, Casey and I stayed in the main house, the only one with furniture left. As darkness fell, I found myself drawn to the window of the old sewing room, the same window where I'd seen the figure 16 years ago. The room was empty now except for a sheet-covered dress form in the corner. I stood there looking out at the dark woods when I felt a sudden chill. In the glass, I could see a reflection behind me. A man watching me from the doorway. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just as I turned back to the window, movement at the tree line caught my eye. A figure standing just at the edge of the woods, looking up at me. I called for Casey, and when she reached my side, she saw it too. We watched, frozen, as the figure slowly raised a hand, as if beckoning to us. Neither of us slept that night. The next morning, we finished packing up the last of Nana Jean's belongings in record time. As we locked up the house for the final time, Casey told me her family had already accepted an offer on the property. They hadn't disclosed anything about its history to the buyers. I wanted to protest, to say they should tell the new owners what they might experience here. But I could see in Casey's face the same expression her family had worn all those years ago, a desperate desire to pretend that nothing unusual had ever happened. The property sold 2 weeks later. Sometimes I'm tempted to look up news from that area to see if there have been any strange disappearances or sightings reported by the new owners. But mostly, I try not to think about what might still be wandering those woods, or who might be watching from the windows of those old houses after dark. I still don't know who or what I saw that summer. Was it Thomas Blackwood, somehow still trapped on the property where he vanished? Or something else entirely? Something that had taken him and maybe others before him? Whatever presence Casey and I encountered, the Martins had chosen to ignore it for generations rather than face it. All I know is that some places hold on to their secrets, and some families will go to great lengths to bury them. But buried secrets have a way of watching from the shadows, waiting for someone to finally see them. Story 5. I've been trying to put this whole thing into words for months, but it's still hard to talk about without feeling like I'm going back there. I guess I need to get it out, though. Maybe someone here has dealt with something similar or can tell me what the hell happened to me. I moved to Harborview back in April, a small, foggy coastal town where everybody knows each other and tourists only show up during the warmer months. I'd been looking for a change after my breakup and job loss last year. When I saw the listing for the cottage near the old lighthouse, it felt like the universe was giving me exactly what I needed. The lighthouse had always fascinated me. It stood on this jagged cliff overlooking the ocean, all weathered stone and peeling white paint. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it, the way it stood against the elements, a silent guardian. The cottage nearby was small but perfect. One bedroom, a cozy living room with a fireplace, and windows that faced the ocean. The rent was surprisingly cheap for oceanfront property, which should have been my first red flag. When I met with the landlord, Mr. Callahan, he seemed jumpy and awkward. While showing me around, he kept glancing toward the lighthouse, like he was expecting someone to appear there. As I was signing the lease, he cleared his throat and said, "Just so you know, previous tenants have had some trouble sleeping here. Something about the foghorn or the waves, I guess." I laughed it off. "I sleep like the dead," I told him. His face went a bit pale at that, but he forced a smile and handed me the keys. The first few weeks were peaceful. I settled into a routine, morning walks on the beach, working remotely from the living room with the windows open to let in the salt air, and evenings spent reading by the fireplace. My boyfriend Derek would visit on weekends, driving up from Portland, about 2 hours away. Everything felt perfect, like I'd finally found my place in the world. Then came that night in May. It had been foggy all day, a thick blanket that made the lighthouse disappear completely. I was in the shower around 9:30, washing my hair when I heard them. 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom window. The window was frosted glass and too high for anyone to reach without a ladder, but the knocks were clear. Knock, 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 deliberate and evenly spaced. I assumed Derek had arrived early to surprise me. He sometimes did that, showing up unannounced with takeout or wine. I smiled, wiped soap from my hands, and playfully knocked back in the same pattern. Knock, knock, knock. Then silence. I finished my shower quickly, wrapped myself in a towel, and went to the front door expecting to find Derek. But no one was there. I checked my phone. No messages, no missed calls. I told myself it was probably just a branch hitting the window, even though there weren't any trees close enough to reach it. About an hour later, Derek actually did arrive. As we settled on the couch with glasses of wine, I casually asked, "Hey, were you peeking in my bathroom window earlier?" His face scrunched up in confusion. "What? No, I just got here. Why?" I explained about the knocking, expecting him to laugh. But instead, his expression changed to something I rarely saw on him: fear. "You heard 3 knocks, and you knocked back?" His voice had dropped to almost a whisper. "Yeah," I said, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "Why? What's wrong?" My grandmother used to talk about that. She said 3 knocks is how they test if anyone's listening. And if you answer... He trailed off, then forced a laugh. "Sorry, just old superstitions. Probably just a bird hitting the glass or something." But his laugh didn't reach his eyes, and for the rest of the evening I caught him glancing at the bathroom door with unease. That night I woke up around 2:15 a.m. to the distinct sound of footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, like someone taking their time. Derek was sound asleep beside me. I nudged him awake, and the footsteps immediately stopped. "I heard someone in the hall," I whispered. We checked the entire cottage together, finding nothing out of place and no sign of an intruder. All doors and windows were locked. Derek suggested it might be the old house settling or the wind playing tricks. But after he left on Sunday, things started happening that couldn't be explained away so easily. On Monday, I was making coffee when a mug flew off the counter and shattered against the far wall. It didn't slide off. It literally moved horizontally through the air before smashing. Tuesday night, all the kitchen cabinet doors were open when I woke up, though I distinctly remembered closing them before bed. Wednesday afternoon, I found seawater in the bathtub, even though I hadn't used it that day. Actual seawater, with bits of sand and a small piece of seaweed floating in it. The footsteps continued every night between 2 and 3 a.m. They would move from the front door, down the hallway, and stop right outside my bedroom. Some nights they would pace back and forth for nearly an hour. I started sleeping with my desk chair propped against the door handle. The worst part was waking up feeling like someone was hovering directly above me. I'd open my eyes to complete darkness, but feel a pressure over my whole body, like something was suspended just inches from my face. I could feel breath on my cheeks, cold and smelling of salt and decay. It never lasted more than a few seconds, but those seconds felt eternal. After a particularly bad night where I swear I felt fingers brushing against my face, I decided to do some research. I went to the local library and asked about the history of the lighthouse and my cottage. The librarian, an older woman named Margaret, visibly stiffened at my question. "Why do you want to know?" she asked, studying my face. "I'm renting the cottage," I explained, "just curious about its history." Her expression softened into something like pity. "The cottage was built for the lighthouse keeper's assistant," she said, leading me to a back room filled with local historical records. The main keeper's residence was destroyed in a storm in 1968. She pulled out a folder of newspaper clippings and photographs. The last permanent keeper was a man named Thomas Blackwood. He disappeared in 1973 after reporting strange disturbances during foggy nights. The photograph showed a solemn-faced man with a beard, standing in front of my cottage. His eyes seemed to stare directly at me across the decades. "What kind of disturbances?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. Margaret hesitated. "He reported hearing knocking sounds on stormy nights. 3 knocks, he said, always in the same pattern, always between 2 and 3 in the morning." My stomach dropped. "Did they ever find him?" "No," she said quietly. "But the night he disappeared, his assistant found the lighthouse door open, the stairs wet with seawater despite it being a calm night, and 3 distinct wet handprints on the inside of the door, as if something had tried to drag itself in. She must have seen the color drain from my face because she placed a hand on my arm. There's an old superstition in these parts about answering 3 knocks, she said. They say it opens a doorway." "A doorway for what?" I whispered. "For things that don't belong in our world, things from the deep." I left the library with photocopies of the articles and a growing sense of dread. On my way home, I stopped at a small shop that sold local crafts and noticed a collection of protective charms in the window. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman named Ruth, watched me examine them. "Looking for protection, dear?" she asked knowingly. I found myself telling her everything, the knocks, the footsteps, the presence above my bed. She didn't look surprised or skeptical. Instead, she nodded gravely. "The lighthouse has always been a threshold," she explained, "a place between worlds. The light keeps things at bay, guides the lost safely home, but it also serves as a beacon for other things, things from the deep that are drawn to our world like moths to a flame." "And the knocking?" I asked. "They can't enter without permission," she said, "but once invited, they're hard to remove. The doorway you opened when you knocked back, it needs to be closed." She sold me a small bag of herbs and salt, instructing me to place them at every entrance to my cottage, and a charm made of driftwood and sea glass to hang above my bed. "It's not much," she admitted, but it might help until I can bring someone who knows more. That night was the worst yet. The footsteps weren't just in the hallway, they were everywhere, ceiling, walls, directly beneath my bed. Objects flew across rooms. All my kitchen faucets turned on full blast, and when the water hit the sink, it was black and thick with something that looked like tar. The smell of decay filled the house so strongly I vomited twice. At exactly 3 a.m., everything stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the chaos. I huddled in my bed, clutching Ruth's charm, afraid to move or even breathe too loudly. My phone rang, making me jump so violently I nearly fell off the bed. It was Derek. "Are you okay?" he asked immediately. "I had this feeling I needed to call you." I started crying, barely able to get the words out as I told him what was happening. He wanted to drive over immediately, but I was terrified of him being on those coastal roads in the dark. I made him promise to come in the morning instead. Just as I ended the call, 3 knocks sounded directly on my bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. I froze, not daring to answer. After a minute or so, they came again, louder. Knock, knock, knock. The doorknob began to turn slowly, even though my chair was still wedged against it. The wood of the door started to bend inward, as if something incredibly strong was pushing against it. The chair legs began to scrape across the floor as the pressure increased. In desperation, I grabbed Ruth's bag of herbs and salt and threw it against the door. There was a sound like steam escaping a kettle, and the pressure immediately stopped. The smell of decay was replaced by the clean scent of the herbs. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, sitting upright in bed with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cottage. Derek arrived just after sunrise, and Ruth came an hour later with an older man she introduced as Samuel, a local elder who knew more about the old ways than anyone else in town. He walked through my cottage slowly, pausing in different spots to close his eyes and breathe deeply, as if testing the air. "It's still here," he finally said, "but it's weakened. The protections helped." He pointed to the bag of herbs, now a blackened, sodden mess by my bedroom door. Samuel explained that by answering the 3 knocks, I had unwittingly performed the first step in an ancient ritual. "The knocking is a test," he said. "It seeks permission to enter our world. By knocking back, you gave that permission." "What is it?" Derek asked, his arm protectively around my shoulders. "Something old," Samuel replied. "Something that has watched our world from beneath the waves for centuries. The lighthouse keepers have always known about them, have served as guardians against them. That's why the light must never go out." He looked at me with somber eyes. "The previous keeper, Blackwood, he heard the knocks too, but unlike you, he knew what they meant. He refused to answer. They took him for his defiance." "How do I fix this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We need to close the doorway you opened," Samuel said. "It won't be easy, and it won't be pleasant." The ritual took hours. Samuel had brought various herbs, salts, and oils. He drew symbols on all the doors and windows with a paste made from seawater and a black powder he wouldn't identify. Derek and I helped place candles at specific points throughout the cottage. The most disturbing part was when Samuel cut his palm and let a few drops of blood fall onto each threshold. "Blood of a willing guardian," he explained, "to replace the keeper who was taken." As dusk fell, Samuel had us sit in a circle in the living room. He began chanting in a language I didn't recognize, his voice rising and falling like waves against the shore. The candles flickered in time with his words, and the air grew heavy and charged, like just before a lightning strike. Then we heard it, knocking, not just on one door or window, but everywhere, all around the cottage, as if we were surrounded. The knocks came faster and louder, no longer in sets of 3, but in a frenzied, angry rhythm that made the walls shake. Something black and viscous began to seep from the edges of the windows and doors, despite the symbols drawn there. It bubbled and hissed where it touched Samuel's mixture. The smell of decay returned, so strong it made my eyes water. Samuel's chanting grew louder, more urgent. The knocking reached a deafening crescendo, and then a scream. Not human, not animal, but something in between. A sound of rage and pain that seemed to come from the very walls. The black ooze retreated, sucked back through the cracks like water down a drain. And then silence. Complete, absolute silence. "It's done," Samuel said, his voice hoarse and his face ashen. "The doorway is closed." We spent the night at a motel in town. I couldn't bear to be in the cottage, even though Samuel assured me the entity was gone. The next morning, we returned to find everything normal. No black ooze, no smell of decay, no knocking. Just an ordinary cottage by the sea. I broke my lease the following week. Mr. Callahan didn't seem surprised, nor did he ask for an explanation. He just nodded sadly and returned my security deposit in full. I've been living with Derek in Portland for 3 months now. I'm starting to feel normal again, starting to sleep through the night without waking in terror. But here's the thing, on foggy nights I sometimes wake up to the sound of 3 knocks, so faint they could almost be imagined. And twice now, on particularly thick, misty mornings, my bathroom mirror has been fogged over with condensation despite no one having showered. And in that condensation, a single word written by an invisible finger: soon. I don't know if what was trying to come through is still watching me, still waiting for another chance. I don't know if the doorway is truly closed or just temporarily blocked. Samuel says I should be safe as long as I never answer those knocks again. But sometimes I wonder, how long can you ignore something that's determined to be let in? So if you ever hear 3 distinct knocks in the middle of the night, please don't answer. Don't even acknowledge them. Some doors are meant to stay closed, and some things should remain on their side of the threshold. I learned that lesson the hard way, and I'm still not sure if I'll ever truly be free of what I invited in. Story 6. I've been putting off writing about this for months. Maybe because part of me still doesn't want to accept what's happening in my house. But after what happened last night, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can offer advice that doesn't involve burning down my childhood home. I moved back to Willow Creek about 18 months ago, after my mom passed away. I hadn't lived in town for almost 15 years. College, then a job in the city, relationships, the usual life stuff that keeps you away. But when Mom died after her long battle with cancer, I inherited the old Victorian house I grew up in. It's that weird mix of beautiful and imposing that all Victorian houses have, with too many rooms and those tall windows that seem to watch you from the street. The first few weeks back were overwhelming. Mom had become something of a collector in her later years, which was really just a nice way of saying the place was cluttered with everything from old newspapers to ceramic figurines of birds. Every surface was covered with something. Drawers were stuffed with random items, and closets were packed to bursting. I took a leave of absence from work to sort through it all, thinking it would take maybe a month. I was wrong, so wrong. The house itself needed attention too. Chipped paint on the trim, a few loose floorboards, a bathroom faucet that dripped constantly. It was nothing major, but it all added up to make the place feel neglected, like it had been waiting for someone to come back and care for it properly. The first strange thing I noticed happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I had organized the living room pillows on the couch before going to bed. Nothing fancy. Just put them in their proper places rather than scattered around like Mom had left them. When I came downstairs the next morning, they were all neatly arranged on the armchair across the room. I figured I must have done it and forgotten. Stress and grief do weird things to your memory. But then it happened again and again. Small things at first. A trash can tipped over when there was no breeze. Doors I'd left open would be firmly closed when I returned to a room. My 2 cats, Molly and Bean, would sometimes stare fixedly at empty corners, their tails puffed up and eyes wide. I tried to rationalize it all. Old houses settle, cats are weird. I was tired and not paying attention to what I was doing. Then came that first whisper. I was in the kitchen making coffee one morning when I heard it, soft but crystal clear, like someone was standing right behind me. "Abigail!" I spun around, heart pounding, coffee grinds spilling across the counter. No one was there. I checked every room downstairs, telling myself it was probably just the wind through the old windows or pipes groaning in the walls. But I knew that voice. Somewhere deep in my memory, I recognized it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the voice and why it seemed so familiar. Around 3 in the morning, it hit me like a truck. Jane. Jane was my imaginary friend when I was about 6 years old. I hadn't thought about her in decades. She was this little girl who would visit me in our yard. She always wore the same clothes, a blue dress with white trim, and these little buckle shoes that made a distinct clicking sound when she walked on our porch. My parents humored me about her, as parents do with imaginary friends. My dad even set an extra place at the picnic table once, which made me so happy at the time. The thing is, Jane was weird even for an imaginary friend. She never came inside the house, only appeared in our yard, and sometimes she'd say things that would make my mom look uncomfortable. I remember once she told me she liked watching me sleep through my window. Mom made me stop talking about Jane after that. By the time I was 8, Jane had faded away like imaginary friends do. I forgot about her entirely until that whisper in the kitchen brought it all flooding back. 2 nights after the kitchen incident, I was half asleep in bed with both cats curled up next to me when I felt something pressed down on the mattress at the foot of the bed. The weight was unmistakable, like when someone sits on your bed. I could even see the depression in the covers. I froze, unable to move or speak. Both cats were still beside me, but they were now awake and staring at the foot of the bed, ears flat against their heads. As I lay there paralyzed with fear, I heard it. A soft click, 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 like small hard-soled shoes on wood floor, and then a whisper. "You don't remember me?" It was Jane's voice, the exact same lilting, slightly nasal voice from my childhood. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself that I was dreaming, that this couldn't be real. "You don't remember me." The voice was louder this time, insistent. My eyes flew open involuntarily, but there was nothing visible at the foot of my bed, just the depression in the covers where something or someone was sitting. Then from the next bedroom, my mom's old room that I'd been using for storage, I heard snoring. Deep rhythmic snoring and the sound of someone turning over in bed, sheets rustling. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up with the lights on, cats pressed against me until the sun came up. The next day, I felt Jane's presence everywhere. While I was showering, I heard her humming just outside the bathroom door. When I was going through boxes in the attic, I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. And all day long, there were whispers. "I brought my family to live with you," she said as I was making lunch. "They've been so lonely." "We've always been here," she whispered while I was trying to watch TV to distract myself. "But now we can be together properly." I called my oldest friend from town, Lisa, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what was happening. What would I say? "Hey, remember my imaginary friend from when we were kids? Turns out she might be a ghost, and she's moved her family into my house." Instead, I made up some excuse about plumbing problems and asked if I could come over for dinner. Being out of the house helped. For a few hours, I felt normal again. Lisa and her husband were renovating their kitchen, and they showed me all their plans and samples. We talked about people from high school and local gossip. It felt good to be connected to something real and ordinary. When I got home around 10 that night, the house was quiet. I checked every room, partly out of paranoia and partly hoping I'd find some logical explanation for what had been happening. Nothing seemed out of place. Maybe I was just having a nervous breakdown from the stress of Mum's death, and moving back to my hometown, I thought. I was just settling into bed when I heard 3 distinct knocks at the front door. It was almost midnight. In Willow Creek, nobody drops by unannounced that late. My first thought was that maybe Lisa had come to check on me, though it didn't make sense. I crept downstairs, turning on lights as I went. Through the glass panels on either side of the front door, I could see that there was nobody on the porch. Still, I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. I mustered my courage and yanked the door open, prepared to confront whoever was playing this sick joke. There was no one there, just the empty porch and the misty night beyond. That's when I heard Jane's voice, high and excited, right beside me. "He's here!" I slammed the door shut and ran upstairs, locking myself in my bedroom. The cats were both hiding under the bed, and no amount of coaxing would get them to come out. For the next 2 nights, I barely slept. I kept all the lights on and played podcasts loudly to drown out any whispers. During the day, I tried to carry on with sorting through Mom's things, but every noise made me jump. Several times, I caught glimpses of movement in reflective surfaces. A small figure darting past a window, a shadow where there shouldn't be one. The 5th night after Jane first spoke to me is when everything escalated. I must have finally fallen into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. When I opened my eyes, the room was dimly lit by the moonlight coming through the curtains. And surrounding my bed were figures, at least 5 or 6 of them. They varied in height, from what looked like a small child to a tall, broad-shouldered man. They were only silhouettes in the darkness, but I could clearly see their eyes. Completely white, no pupils, no irises, just glowing white orbs in the darkness. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. One of the smaller figures stepped forward. In the moonlight, I could make out the outline of a blue dress with white trim. "We're your family now, Abigail," Jane's voice said. "We've always been your family." The tall figure moved closer to the head of my bed. I could feel cold air radiating from it. When it leaned down toward me, I finally managed to scream. The figures vanished instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. But the room remained ice cold, and I could hear whispering coming from all corners. That night, I called my friend Marcus, who's always been interested in paranormal stuff. He's not a professional or anything, but he's read every book on hauntings and spiritual cleansing he could get his hands on. I was desperate and scared out of my mind. Marcus came over the next day with sage, salt, and about a dozen candles. He took 1 step into the foyer and stopped cold. "There's definitely something here," he said quietly. "Multiple somethings, actually." We started in the basement, working our way up through each room with Marcus saying prayers and burning sage. Everything was going fine until we reached my mom's old bedroom. As soon as Marcus started his cleansing ritual there, all hell broke loose. The temperature dropped so rapidly we could see our breath. The lights flickered wildly. A glass of water on the nightstand shattered. Books flew off the shelves one by one, and then all at once in a terrifying barrage. We ran from the room, but the chaos followed us. Downstairs, dishes were breaking in the kitchen. Pictures fell from walls. The front door opened and slammed shut repeatedly of its own accord, and above it all, I could hear Jane screaming, "This is our home too. You can't make us leave." Marcus and I fled the house. I spent the next 4 nights in a hotel while he researched what we might be dealing with and how to handle it properly. When I finally worked up the courage to return home, I was shocked. The house was immaculate, not just clean but organized. Boxes I'd been sorting were neatly arranged. Mum's collections were displayed on shelves I hadn't even gotten around to dusting yet. It was as if someone had come in and tidied everything while I was gone. For the next year, the house was quiet. Occasionally, I'd find things moved or rearranged, but there were no more whispers, no apparitions, nothing threatening. I started to think maybe Marcus's cleansing had worked, at least partially, or maybe whatever entities had been in the house had decided to leave me in peace. I was wrong. 3 nights ago, I woke up to the sound of clicking shoes and Jane's voice, clearer than ever before. "I'm sorry we scared you, Abigail," she said, "but you have to understand this is our home too." I lay perfectly still, fear crawling up my spine once more. "I wasn't really your imaginary friend," she continued. "I've been here since long before you were born. I'm not Jane. That's just the name you gave me because you couldn't pronounce Eugenia when you were little." The weight returned to the foot of my bed. "My family and we've been watching over this house for generations. Your grandmother could see us too. Did you know that? But your mother couldn't. We were so happy when you came back." The weight shifted closer. I could feel cold breath on my face. "We want to take care of you and the house. That's all we've ever wanted. A family to care for." Since that night, the whispers have returned, not threatening but constant, sometimes offering help. The loose floorboard in the hallway needs a new nail. Sometimes commenting on my day, "You shouldn't work so late, it's not good for your eyes." Sometimes just saying hello. Marcus came back 2 days ago with a medium he knows. They performed another cleansing, more thorough this time. For a few hours, the house was silent. But last night, as I was falling asleep, I heard Jane's voice again, soft but persistent. "We're still here, Abigail. We'll always be here. This is our home, too." I don't know what to do anymore. Part of me is terrified of these entities, these ghosts or whatever they are, but another part of me, and this is the truly scary part, feels a strange connection to them, especially to Jane, or Eugenia, or whatever her real name is. She was such a big part of my childhood, imaginary or not. Sometimes I think about what she said, that they want to care for the house and for me. Is it possible to coexist peacefully with the spirits that haunt your home? Or am I just rationalizing because I'm too afraid to leave the house my family has lived in for generations? And the most disturbing question of all, what if they follow me wherever I go? I'm writing this from my bedroom, with both cats pressed against me as if for protection. The house is quiet for now, but I can feel them watching, waiting. And I know that soon Jane will whisper again, reminding me that this old Victorian house has never belonged just to the living. Story 7. No, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Even now, typing this out on my laptop with all the lights on, I'm constantly glancing over my shoulder. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate circle, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened back when I was 16, living in one of those older Chicago neighborhoods where all the houses are brick bungalows built sometime in the 50s. Our street was lined with massive oak trees that were probably there before the houses were even built. My parents had bought our house when I was just a baby, and I'd grown up knowing every crack in the sidewalk, every neighbor, every seasonal change in that quiet suburban pocket. The summer I turned 13 was when it all started. It was a Wednesday in July, one of those unbearably muggy Chicago summer days where the humidity makes your clothes stick to your skin. My mom was at work, and Dad was on a business trip to Milwaukee. I remember being sprawled across the couch in our living room, flipping through TV channels and eating Cheetos, enjoying having the house to myself. Around 2 in the afternoon, I heard what sounded like a car backfiring, or maybe a door slamming really hard. It was loud enough to make me jump, but I didn't think much of it. Our neighbor, Mr. Richards, was always working on his ancient Buick in his garage, so I figured it was probably just him. I went back to my show, but about 20 minutes later, our house phone rang. It was Mrs. Garcia from 3 doors down. She was friends with my mom and sometimes checked on me when my parents weren't home. "Lily, is everything okay over there?" She sounded worried. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just watching TV," I replied. confused by her concern. "Oh, thank goodness. Listen, stay inside, okay? Someone called the police about a gunshot on your block. They're on their way now." My heart started racing. A gunshot? In our neighborhood? Nothing ever happened here. The most exciting thing was when someone's dog got loose, or when the ice cream truck changed its route. "Do you know where it came from?" I asked, moving to peek through our front blinds. "No, but just stay put until we know what's happening. I'll call back when I hear something." I hung up and immediately went to the window. That's when I saw them. Police cars, an ambulance, and a small crowd gathering in front of the Miller's house next door. The Millers had lived there for as long as I could remember. Mr. Miller worked at some corporate office downtown, and Mrs. Miller was always baking things for neighborhood gatherings. They had a son who was already in college, and his wife had moved in with them about a year ago while they were looking for their own place. I couldn't see much from my window, so I slipped out our side door and stood behind the large hydrangea bush that separated our yard from theirs. That's when I heard Mrs. Miller's screams. "My baby! Oh God, my baby girl!" She was on her knees in the driveway, Mr. Miller trying to hold her up. Her face was contorted in a way I'd never seen on a person before. Pure anguish. Officers were trying to talk to them, but Mrs. Miller just kept wailing. I saw paramedics rushing into the house with equipment, but they weren't hurrying when they came back out. That's when I knew whoever they were there for was already dead. I overheard one of the neighbors talking to another. It was their daughter-in-law, shot herself at the top of the stairs. Mrs. Miller found her when she came home from the grocery store. I heard she just found out her husband was cheating on her. "Again," the other neighbor whispered. "Third time this year. Poor thing." I didn't know their daughter-in-law well. She was maybe in her mid-20s, with this long, wavy brown hair that I always thought was pretty. She used to water the ferns on their front porch every morning. Sometimes she'd wave to me when I was leaving for school. I think her name was Rebecca or Rachel, something with an R. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about her, alone in that house, so desperate that she decided to end her life. The image of Mrs. Miller screaming in the driveway kept replaying in my head. I remember staring at my ceiling, wondering what could make someone so sad they'd do that, and feeling this weird heaviness in my chest. The Millers moved away a month later. They didn't even have a proper garage sale, just boxed everything up and left. Their house sat empty for nearly 3 years. The ferns on the porch died. The bricks started looking weathered without regular care. Kids at school made up stories about the house being cursed. Then, the summer before my junior year of high school, a new family moved in. The Mortons. They had 2 daughters, Jessica, who was my age, and her younger sister Emma, who was 13. I met Jessica on move-in day, when my mom made me take over a casserole, so Midwestern I know. She was cool, had this edgy style with partially dyed hair, and listened to the same indie bands I was into. We clicked immediately. We spent that whole summer hanging out, and by the time school started, we were inseparable. Jessica never mentioned anything weird about her house, and I never brought up what had happened there. It felt like bad luck to tell her, like I might jinx their new beginning. Fast forward to October, homecoming season. Jessica and I planned to go together with a group of friends. On the night of the dance, she called me in a panic. "Lily, I forgot my ID at home, and we needed to get into the dance. My parents took Emma to her soccer tournament in Evanston, and they won't be back for hours. Could you grab it for me? It's on my desk." I was already dressed for the dance, waiting at my friend Zach's house where our group was meeting. Jessica had come over to get ready, but had gone to pick up her date from his house. "Can't you go get it?" I asked, not thrilled about having to make a detour. "Please. We're already on the other side of town, and the dance starts in 30 minutes. My parents left the back door unlocked because they knew I might forget something. You can just run in and grab it." I sighed. "Fine. Text me exactly where it is." "You're a lifesaver. It's on my desk under my chemistry notebook." The blue one. I told Zach and the others I'd meet them at the school and walked the short distance back to our block. It was that perfect October evening, crisp air, leaves crunching under my feet, the sky that deep blue it only gets in fall, just before it goes completely dark. The Mortons' house looked different in the fading light, more imposing somehow. All the windows were dark, except for the porch light they'd left on. I went around to the back like Jessica instructed and found the door unlocked as promised. The moment I stepped inside, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. I figured they must have their AC cranked up, though it seemed weird for October. The house was completely silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator. I'd been over countless times before, but never when no one else was home. "Hello?" I called out, just to be sure. No answer, of course. I made my way through the kitchen and up the stairs to Jessica's room. Each step seemed to creak louder than it should have. Jessica's room was at the end of the hallway, the master bedroom that her parents had let her have because it had its own bathroom attached. I found the ID right where she said it would be and slipped it into my clutch purse. As I turned to leave, I noticed it had gotten significantly colder in the room. My breath was coming out in little visible puffs, like it was winter inside the house. The hair on my arms stood up, and I had that feeling, you know the one, like someone was watching me. I spun around, expecting to find Emma playing a prank, or maybe one of the Mortons had come home early, but the doorway was empty. That's when I felt it, a presence behind me, near Jessica's closet. I slowly turned, my heart hammering against my ribs. She was standing there, partially transparent, but unmistakably real, the woman with the long, wavy brown hair who used to water the ferns. She was wearing a simple sundress, the kind you'd wear on a hot July day. Her feet were bare. She didn't look how I expected a ghost would look. There was no blood, no visible wounds, no horror movie special effects. She just looked sad, lonely. But then she smiled at me. Not a creepy smile, but a gentle one, like she was genuinely pleased to see another person. She raised her hand and waved, as casually as if we were neighbors passing on the street. My body went cold, then hot, then numb. I couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, acting on pure instinct, I raised my own hand and gave a small, terrified wave back. Her smile widened, and she nodded slightly, as if appreciating the acknowledgement. Then she simply faded, becoming more transparent, until she disappeared completely. I ran. I didn't care how it looked or sounded. I thundered down those stairs and burst out the back door, not even bothering to close it behind me. I sprinted all the way to my house, fumbled with my keys, and locked myself inside, breathing hard and trying not to throw up. After about 10 minutes of sitting on my kitchen floor with my back against the refrigerator, I managed to pull myself together. I had to get to the dance. Jessica was waiting for her ID. I couldn't just bail because I'd seen... what? A hallucination? A trick of the light? But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I drove to the school in a daze, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. When I got there, Jessica was waiting outside, pacing nervously. "Finally!" she exclaimed as I handed her the ID with trembling fingers. She took one look at my face and froze. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." The irony of her words wasn't lost on me. I opened my mouth to tell her, but nothing came out. Jessica's expression changed from concern to understanding, then to something like resignation. She pulled me away from the entrance to a quiet corner under an oak tree. "You saw her, didn't you?" she whispered. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. Jessica closed her eyes briefly. "I was hoping you never would. Was she... did she seem angry?" "No," I managed to say. She smiled at me. She waved. Jessica nodded slowly. "She does that. She's never threatening. She just appears, usually by my closet or at the top of the stairs." She took a deep breath. "I've seen her at least a dozen times since we moved in. So has Emma." We don't tell our parents because they'd freak out and make us move again. And I really like it here. I like being your friend. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, still shaking. Please don't be mad, Jessica pleaded. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Then, when Emma saw her too, I figured out what was happening. I did some research at the library about the house's history. She paused. I knew what happened there before we moved in, about the woman who, you know. And you still wanted to live there? It wasn't my choice. And honestly, she doesn't seem to want to hurt anyone. I think she's just stuck. Sometimes I talk to her. She never answers, but sometimes things in my room move around, like she's trying to communicate. I stared at Jessica in disbelief. You talk to her? Don't look at me like that. It's not like I had a choice. And wouldn't you rather be on friendly terms with the ghost in your house? She had a point, I supposed. Please don't tell anyone, Jessica begged. Not even our other friends. My parents would lose it if this got back to them. I promised I wouldn't. We went into the dance, but I couldn't enjoy myself. All I could think about was that woman standing in Jessica's room, smiling and waving like she was just saying hello to a neighbor. There was something so desperately lonely about it that it broke my heart. Over the next few months, Jessica and I talked about the ghost sometimes. She told me that occasionally when she was alone in her room, she'd smell flowers, like ferns or something earthy. Sometimes she'd find one of her books moved from the shelf to her desk, open to a specific page. Once, after a particularly bad day at school, when some girls had been mean to her, she came home to find her favorite sweater, which had been in the laundry basket, folded neatly on her bed. I think she's just looking out for us, Jessica said, like a weird spiritual roommate. I never went back to Jessica's house alone after that night. I couldn't bring myself to, but whenever I was there with Jessica, I'd sometimes feel that same cold spot or catch a glimpse of something moving just at the edge of my vision. I never saw the ghost directly again, though. The summer after graduation, before we both left for college, Jessica and I were sitting on my front porch swing, reminiscing about high school and talking about our plans. Out of nowhere, Jessica said, I found out her name was Rebecca. She was 24 when she died. I didn't have to ask who she meant. How did you find out? Old newspaper article in the library archives. Her obituary said she loved plants, especially ferns. That's why she always had those ferns on the porch. That explains the plant smell you mentioned, I said quietly. Jessica nodded. I'm going to miss her, in a weird way. I wonder if she'll still be there for the next family, or if she'll move on someday. I often think about Rebecca now, not with fear anymore, but with a kind of sad understanding. I think about how lonely she must have been in life, stuck in a bad marriage, living with her in-laws, and how lonely she must be now, trapped in that house, watching families come and go while she remains. Sometimes, when I'm back in Chicago visiting my parents, I drive by the old neighborhood. The Mortons still live in that house. Jessica tells me her sister still sees Rebecca occasionally, usually around the anniversary of her death in July. Jessica's mum has started keeping ferns on the porch, though she doesn't know why she felt compelled to buy them. I wonder if Rebecca is still there, watching from the top of the stairs, waiting for someone to notice her, to acknowledge that she existed. And sometimes when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly sad, I'll drive slowly past the house and raise my hand in a small wave toward the upstairs window. I never see anything wave back. But sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can smell the faint scent of ferns drifting down the street, even in the dead of winter when nothing grows. Story 8. I'm still not sure if I should be sharing this. Part of me feels like talking about it might make things worse, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been keeping me up at night for weeks now. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, ghost stories, hauntings, all that. I'd roll my eyes and think people were either making it up or their minds were playing tricks on them. But after what's been happening in my house, I don't know what to believe anymore. It all started after my Uncle Bernard passed away 3 months ago. He was my mum's brother, and despite his health problems, he was always the life of family gatherings. Bernard had diabetes for years, which eventually cost him his right leg below the knee. Toward the end, his eyesight was nearly gone too. But those health issues never dampened his spirits or his obsession with technology. God, Bernard loved his gadgets. It was almost comical how a man who could barely see the screens would spend his disability checks on the newest electronics. His flat looked like a Curry's PC World showroom. Smart speakers in every room, tablets he could barely use, stereo systems with more functions than he'd ever need. My wife Sarah and I would visit him once a week, and every time he'd proudly show us some new device he'd ordered online. The last time I saw Bernard alive was about 2 weeks before he died. He'd called me over saying he had something special to show me. When I arrived at his flat, he was sitting in his wheelchair, beaming with pride next to a massive box. "Emma, love, come see what your old uncle's got for you." He gestured toward the box with childlike excitement. It was a 50-inch Samsung Smart TV, still sealed in the box. I immediately felt my stomach drop. "Bernard, what have you done? You can't afford this," I said, trying to hide my frustration. He waved away my concern. "Nonsense! It's an early Christmas present. Your telly's ancient, and this one has all the bells and whistles." I tried to convince him to return it and get his money back. Bernard was living on a fixed income, and I knew he couldn't afford to be splashing out on expensive gifts. But he was adamant. He'd ordered it specially for our family, and he wasn't taking it back. "Just promise me you'll enjoy it," he said, patting my hand with his cold fingers. "Life's too short not to have nice things." I reluctantly took the TV home that day, feeling guilty the entire time. Sarah helped me set it up in our living room, replacing our perfectly functional but admittedly older model. Our daughter, Lily, was thrilled. She's 14 and immediately started connecting all her gaming consoles to it. Less than 2 weeks later, I got the call from the care home. Bernard had developed an infection in his residual limb that had quickly turned to sepsis. By the time they got him to hospital, it was too late. He went into septic shock and died within hours. The following days were a blur of funeral arrangements, paperwork, and sorting through Bernard's belongings. As his closest relative, I was responsible for everything. Sarah and Lily helped me clear out his flat. It took 3 full days just to catalogue all the electronics he'd accumulated. Most were still in their original packaging, barely used. We sold what we could and donated the rest to charity, exactly as Bernard had specified in his will. I felt it was the right thing to do. Bernard had always supported local charities when he could. The funeral was small, but lovely. Afterward, I brought his ashes home, keeping them in our hallway cabinet until the family could gather to scatter them at Heaton Park, his favorite place to feed the ducks before his mobility got too bad. Life slowly returned to normal. We scattered Bernard's ashes on a sunny Saturday afternoon, about a month after the funeral. It was a small ceremony with just immediate family. I thought that would be the end of it, that we could all move on and remember Bernard fondly. I was wrong. The first incident happened exactly 2 months after Bernard died. It was a Tuesday evening, and I'd just gotten home from work. Sarah was preparing dinner and Lily was upstairs doing homework. I went into the living room to relax for a few minutes before dinner and stopped dead in my tracks. The TV, Bernard's TV, had a large dent in the center of the screen, as if someone had thrown something at it with considerable force. The screen wasn't cracked, but there was a visible indentation that distorted the image. "Sarah," I called out, "did something happen to the telly today?" She came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a tea towel. "What do you mean?" I pointed at the screen. "That dent, it wasn't there this morning." Sarah stared at it, clearly confused. "I've been working from home all day. I haven't even been in here except to vacuum this morning, and it was fine then." We called Lily down, but she swore she hadn't been in the living room all day. We searched the entire room, looking for whatever might have caused the damage, but found nothing. There were no marks on the floor, no objects that could have fallen on it. I contacted Samsung the next day, and they sent a technician to look at it. He was puzzled too. "This kind of damage typically happens when something hits the screen with significant force," he explained. "But the weird thing is, there's no external damage to the panel itself. It's almost like the pressure came from inside the TV." Obviously, that was impossible. He suggested it might be a manufacturing defect and offered a replacement under warranty. We accepted, and within a week, we had a brand new identical TV installed. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. 3 nights after getting the replacement TV, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to the sound of blaring volume from downstairs. Sarah jerked awake beside me. "What the hell is that?" she mumbled, disoriented. I stumbled out of bed and hurried downstairs to find the TV on at full volume, showing nothing but static. The remote was sitting untouched on the coffee table, exactly where we'd left it before going to bed. I grabbed the remote and hit the power button, but nothing happened. I had to physically unplug the TV from the wall to turn it off. My heart was racing, and I had goosebumps all over my arms. I told myself it was just a glitch. Smart TVs have software issues all the time, right? The next morning, I plugged the TV back in and turned it on carefully. It worked perfectly fine. I even called the manufacturer again to report the issue, but they couldn't find anything wrong with it remotely when they ran diagnostics. Over the next week, more strange things started happening around the house. Lily came to breakfast one morning looking exhausted. "Mum, can you tell me why you were changing channels on my TV all night?" she asked, pouring herself some cereal. "What are you talking about? I was asleep," I replied. She frowned. "Someone was. My TV kept turning on, and the numbers were appearing on screen like someone was punching them into a remote. It didn't stop until after 2 in the morning." Lily's TV was a much older model that Bernard had given her years ago. It didn't have smart functions and required manual input for channel changes. That same day, I was working from home when a framed family photo suddenly fell off the wall. The strange thing was, it didn't just fall, it seemed to launch itself forward, landing nearly 3 feet from the wall. The glass shattered completely. It was a photo that included Bernard from our last Christmas together. Sarah started noticing things too. She'd feel cold spots in the house, especially in the hallway near where we'd kept Bernard's ashes before scattering them. The downstairs toilet would flush on its own. The kitchen radio would turn on unprompted, always to the classical station that Bernard had loved. But the scariest incident happened about 2 weeks ago. Sarah was coming downstairs late one evening after checking on Lily, who had a cold. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard her scream. I ran into the hallway to find her frozen on the middle step, white as a sheet. "There was someone on the stairs," she whispered, her voice trembling. "A man coming down behind me. I felt him before I saw him, and when I turned..." She started crying. "Emma, he didn't have a face. It was just a blank where the face should be." I searched the entire house, but of course there was no intruder. Sarah refused to go upstairs alone for days afterward. She's a rational person, works in accounting, deals in facts and figures. Seeing her that terrified shook me to my core. The following night, I woke up around midnight feeling uncomfortable and anxious for no reason. I got up to get some water and heard a faint rhythmic thumping coming from downstairs. It sounded like someone walking with an uneven gait. Step, drag, step, drag. Bernard had walked exactly like that with his prosthetic leg. I stood at the top of the stairs, my entire body cold with fear. The thumping continued for about 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly. I gathered my courage and went downstairs, turning on every light along the way. No one was there, but the TV was on again, showing a shopping channel selling electronic gadgets. That's when it hit me. All these disturbances involved electronics in some way, especially the TVs Bernard had given us. The falling picture was the only exception, and that had been a photo with him in it. I'm not a superstitious person, but I couldn't ignore the pattern. Was Bernard trying to communicate with us? Was he unhappy about something? I started thinking about what might be keeping him here. We'd followed his wishes with the funeral. We'd scattered his ashes where he wanted. But what about all his belongings? Those precious gadgets he'd spent years accumulating. We'd sold or donated everything, just as his will instructed. Had he changed his mind in death? Or maybe he was just trying to stay connected to the family he loved. Bernard had been lonely in the years after my aunt died. Our weekly visits were often his only human contact outside of healthcare workers. Last night, things escalated even further. Around 9:30, we were all watching a program on Bernard's TV when the screen suddenly went black. Then, one by one, every electronic device in the room turned on simultaneously. Lily's phone started playing music, the table lamp began flickering, the digital clock on our DVD player started rapidly changing numbers. Most disturbing of all, the TV screen flickered back to life, showing what looked like text messages scrolling across the screen. They were too fast to read clearly, but I swear I caught the words "mine" and "not finished" before everything shut down again, plunging the room into darkness. We spent the night at a hotel. We just couldn't stay in the house. I'm sitting in a cafe now, typing this on my laptop, which has been behaving strangely too. The cursor moving on its own, jumping to different paragraphs as I try to write. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to get rid of the TV and every other electronic device Bernard ever touched, but another part feels like that would be betraying him somehow. Sarah has suggested we talk to someone who knows about these things, a medium or paranormal investigator, but I'm hesitant. What if acknowledging this makes it stronger? What if Bernard isn't trying to communicate, but is actually angry with us? Just last night at the hotel, my phone started playing an old voicemail from Bernard at full volume at exactly 3:15 in the morning. It was a message from months ago, where he was excitedly telling me about a new smart speaker he'd ordered. The message cut off mid-sentence and then replayed the last words over and over. "I'll always be here, Emma. I'll always be here. I don't know how to make this stop. We have to go back home eventually." Bernard was never a malicious person in life, but whatever is happening now doesn't feel like the uncle I knew and loved. It feels like something else is using his connection to us, his gadgets, to force its way into our lives. Is it really Bernard? Or am I losing my mind? All I know is that I dread nightfall and the thought of what might happen when we turn on that TV again. Story 9. I'm still trying to process what happened in our house 3 nights ago. I don't even know if writing this down will help, but I need to tell someone, and my friends would think I'm crazy if I tried explaining it to them. My wife Amelia is barely sleeping, and honestly, I'm not doing much better. We've lived in our tri-story house in Pinewood Hills for about 7 years now. It's one of those older neighborhoods where the houses have character, high ceilings, wooden staircases, and those little details modern homes don't have anymore. We bought it when our first kid was just a year old, thinking we'd grow into it. Now we have 3 children. Emma, who's 8, Daniel, who's 6, and Lucas, who's 4. The house has always had its quirks. Floorboards that creak in specific spots, doors that swing open if you don't shut them properly, and this weird cold spot at the bottom of the stairs that our HVAC guy could never figure out. Normal old house stuff, right? At least that's what I kept telling myself. Amelia's always been more sensitive to, I don't even know what to call it. Energy sounds too new age for me, but she's always picked up on things I miss. She'd mentioned feeling like someone was watching her in the kitchen, or how sometimes she'd hear footsteps upstairs when all the kids were definitely downstairs. I always brushed it off. Old houses make noises, and imaginations run wild when you're tired from chasing kids all day. I work in IT, so I tend to look for logical explanations. Amelia teaches yoga part-time. We balance each other out, I guess. I'm the skeptic. She's more open to the unexplainable. It's never been an issue before, but after what happened, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was Tuesday night. The kids were all asleep upstairs. We'd tucked them in around 8, and by 9 they were all out. Amelia and I were downstairs in the living room, having some rare quiet time together on the couch. I was facing the TV, which was on low volume, playing some home renovation show we weren't really watching. Amelia was sitting perpendicular to me on the L-shaped section, so she could see the staircase behind me. We were just talking about normal stuff. Bills, Daniel's upcoming school project, whether we should finally replace our dying dishwasher. Nothing special. I remember I was in the middle of a sentence about work when Amelia suddenly jumped up. The look on her face. I'll never forget it. It was pure terror mixed with confusion. Her eyes widened, her whole body tensed, and she went completely pale in an instant. She was staring over my shoulder toward the staircase. "What's wrong?" I asked, turning to look, but I didn't see anything. Amelia was frozen, still staring. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" I turned again, but the staircase was empty. "I thought it was Lucas coming down the stairs," she said, her voice shaking. "But it wasn't him." I got up and walked to the bottom of the stairs, looking up. "Lucas, buddy, are you up?" No answer. "It wasn't Lucas," Amelia insisted, still not moving from her spot. "It looked like him at first, same height, same pajamas, but—" She trailed off, her hands trembling. "But what, Amelia?" I asked, starting to get worried now. I'd never seen her this shaken up. "The face," she finally said. "It didn't have a face, Marcus. It was just blank, like completely smooth white skin where features should be." A chill ran through me, but I tried to rationalize it. "You probably just saw a shadow or something. The lighting in the stairwell is terrible." She shook her head frantically. "No, I saw it clearly. It was coming down the stairs with its hand on the banister, just like Lucas does. But the way it moved was wrong. Its knees bent the opposite way, like a spider or something. And it was trying too hard to move naturally, like it was copying human movement, but didn't quite get it right." I went upstairs to check on the kids. All 3 were sound asleep in their beds, looking peaceful and normal. Lucas was clutching his stuffed dinosaur, exactly where we'd left him an hour earlier. His dinosaur pajamas were still on him, the same ones Amelia said the figure was wearing. When I came back down, Amelia was sitting on the couch again, but she looked stiff and uncomfortable. "They're all asleep," I told her. "Lucas is fine, hasn't moved from his bed." She nodded, but didn't look convinced. "I know what I saw, Marcus, and the worst part was, when I first noticed it, I felt this pressure, like something was trying to convince me it was just Lucas, like a blanket being laid over my mind, telling me not to worry, it's just your son. But something deep inside me knew it wasn't right, and I had this overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't let it get behind me. I sat down next to her and put my arm around her shoulders. She was ice cold. "Could it have been a dream? Maybe you dozed off for a second." "I was wide awake," she insisted. "We were literally in the middle of a conversation about the dishwasher. We stayed up until almost 2 in the morning, with Amelia jumping at every little sound. I suggested we go to bed, but she wouldn't go upstairs. We ended up sleeping on the couch, with me holding her while she drifted in and out of restless sleep. The next morning, everything seemed normal. The kids came downstairs for breakfast, cranky and hungry like usual. Amelia was quiet, watching them intently, especially Lucas. I could tell she was looking for anything unusual, any sign that something might be off about him. After I drove the older two to school, I came back to find Amelia sitting with Lucas at the kitchen table, helping him with his coloring book but constantly glancing toward the stairs. "I want to put cameras up," she said when Lucas went to the bathroom, "in the hallways and staircase." I didn't argue. If it would make her feel better, it seemed worth it. I picked up some cheap security cameras during my lunch break and installed them that evening. One facing the staircase, one in the upstairs hallway, and one in the kids' playroom at the top of the house. That night, Amelia couldn't relax. She kept checking the camera feeds on her phone, starting at every noise. I tried to convince her that whatever she saw, if she saw anything at all, was just a trick of the light. Or maybe she'd been more tired than she realized. "I know the difference between being tired and seeing something impossible," she snapped, which was unusual for her. Amelia rarely gets angry. "I've had weird experiences before, you know that, but nothing like this. This was real." It's true that Amelia's had other incidents over the years. Once she claimed to hear a woman humming in our bedroom when she was alone in the house. Another time she said she saw a shadow person standing in the corner of our room when she woke up at 3 in the morning. I always wrote these off as sleep paralysis or an overactive imagination, but this was different. She'd been wide awake in the middle of a conversation, and the level of detail she described was unsettling. "What exactly did it look like?" I asked, hoping talking through it might help. She took a deep breath. "It was the size of Lucas, wearing his dinosaur pajamas, but its proportions were wrong. Its arms were too long, and its legs bent, backward at the knees when it took steps. It moved down the stairs one at a time, hand on the railing, exactly the way Lucas does when he's being careful. But it was like an imitation. Too deliberate, too precise, and its face." She shuddered. "Just smooth white skin, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, nothing, like someone had erased all the features." "Did it seem aware of you?" I asked, feeling my own skin crawl despite my skepticism. "Yes," she whispered. "When I noticed it wasn't Lucas, when I broke through whatever was trying to make me think it was him, it paused. Just for a second, and even though it had no eyes, I knew it was looking at me. And then it just continued down the stairs and around the corner to the kitchen. That's when I jumped up. And I didn't see anything when I looked," I reminded her. "It was already gone by then," she said. "It moved quickly once it knew I'd seen it." We went through the house again before bed, checking every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Everything was normal. The kids were sleeping peacefully, but Amelia insisted on bringing Lucas into our room for the night, and I didn't fight her on it. He was happy for the special treatment, snuggling between us in our big bed. The next morning, I woke up early and checked the camera footage before Amelia was awake. Nothing unusual had happened overnight. Part of me was hoping to catch something, not because I wanted to confirm there was something creepy in our house, but because I wanted proof for Amelia, one way or another. For the next 2 days, things seemed to return to normal. Amelia was still jumpy, but she was starting to relax a little. I caught her looking at real estate listings once, but she closed the tab when she saw me notice. Then last night happened. We'd put the kids to bed as usual. I was in our bedroom catching up on emails, and Amelia was downstairs cleaning up after dinner. Around 9:30, I heard her scream. I've never moved so fast in my life. I bolted down the stairs to find her backed against the wall in the kitchen, pointing toward the dining room. "It's there," she gasped. "It's right there." I looked where she was pointing, but saw nothing. "What? Where?" "Behind the table. It's crouching there, watching me." I walked into the dining room, checking everywhere. There was nothing there. "Amelia, there's nothing here," I said gently, coming back to her. She was shaking all over. "It was there. The same thing, but this time it was crawling on all fours, still wearing Lucas's pajamas, still with that blank face. She grabbed my arm. Marcus, it was watching me. It knows I can see it. I helped her to the couch and got her some water. She clutched the glass with both hands to keep from spilling it. Maybe we should talk to someone, I suggested. A doctor or... I'm not crazy, she cut me off. I know what I saw. I didn't say you were crazy. But if you're seeing things that aren't there, or maybe you're not seeing things that are there, she countered. Have you considered that? You've never been sensitive to this stuff. Remember when we visited my sister's house and I felt something was wrong, and later they found out they had a gas leak? You didn't feel anything. She had a point. Amelia does have good intuition, but this was different. This was seeing impossible things. Let's check the cameras, I suggested, taking out my phone. We reviewed the footage from the past hour. Nothing unusual appeared on any of the cameras. But then Amelia pointed to the staircase camera. Look at that, she said, her finger hovering over a specific frame. I zoomed in. For a split second, there seemed to be a distortion on the stairs, like a heat wave or a glitch in the recording. It wasn't shaped like anything specific, just a ripple in reality. That could be anything, I said. A bug flying by the lens, or a technical glitch, or something that doesn't want to be recorded, Amelia whispered. I didn't have an answer for that. We decided to sleep downstairs again, this time with all 3 kids. We told them it was a special living room campout. They thought it was fun, building a blanket fort and sleeping on cushions on the floor. Amelia and I took turns staying awake, watching over them. I took the first watch while Amelia tried to sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I was scrolling through my phone when I heard a sound from upstairs, like something being dragged slowly across the floor. I froze, listening intently. There it was again. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, moving from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. I checked the camera feed. Nothing visible, but the sound continued. I stood up, debating whether to go investigate. The rational part of my brain said it was probably just the house settling, or maybe the cat had gotten into a closed room again. But something deeper, more primal, told me not to go up there. Then the sound stopped. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up into the darkness. The hallway light we always leave on for the kids had gone out. I called softly, "Hello? Is someone there?" No response, but I felt watched, like something was waiting just beyond my sight. I reached for the light switch by the stairs, flipping it on. The stairwell illuminated, but the hallway at the top remained dark. The bulb must have burned out. That's when I saw it, just for an instant. A white blank face, peering around the corner at the top of the stairs. Just as Amelia had described, completely featureless, like a mannequin head. It pulled back almost instantly, but I know what I saw. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I wanted to convince myself it was a trick of light and shadow, but I couldn't. It had been too clear, too deliberate. I backed away from the stairs, returning to my family in the living room. Amelia was awake, watching me with wide eyes. "You saw it?" she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Just its face, at the top of the stairs. Tears filled her eyes, but they were tears of relief. "So you believe me now?" "I do," I admitted. "I don't know what it is or why it's here, but I saw it." We stayed awake together until dawn, huddled with our sleeping children. Neither of us spoke much. What was there to say? Our house was being visited by something impossible, something that mimicked our youngest child, but couldn't quite get it right. This morning, I called in sick to work. Amelia kept the kids home from school. We're sitting in a coffee shop as I write this, trying to figure out what to do next. We can't stay at our house, not with that thing there, but we can't just leave either. It's our home. We have a mortgage, a life there. The kids keep asking when we're going home. Lucas wants his other toys. Emma has a project due tomorrow. Daniel misses his bed. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to do. All I know is that there's something in our house wearing my son's face, or rather, wearing no face at all. And I can't let my family go back there until I figure out what it wants and how to make it leave. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any advice, please help us. I'm scared for my family. I'm scared for Lucas especially. This thing seems fixated on him, wearing his clothes, mimicking his movements. What does it want with my son? I keep telling myself there has to be a rational explanation. Gas leak, shared hallucination, extremely vivid waking dreams. But deep down, I know what Amelia and I saw was real. There's something in our house that doesn't belong in this world, and somehow it's found its way into ours. And the most terrifying thought keeps circling in my mind. What if it's been there all along, and we're only just now able to see it? Story 10. I've kept this to myself for almost 20 years now, but I can't stop thinking about it. Even after all this time, I get goosebumps remembering what happened that summer day at my grandmother's house. I was 8 years old, and no matter how many times I've tried to rationalize it away, I simply can't explain what my cousin Ryan and I saw. It was the summer of 2003, one of those perfect July afternoons when school was out and the days seemed endless. My parents had dropped me off at my grandmother's house in Oakwood for the weekend while they attended some work conference. I was actually excited because my cousin Ryan, who was 11 at the time, was staying there too. Being the younger cousin, I basically worshipped Ryan, and having him around meant adventure instead of being stuck listening to Grandma's stories about the good old days or weekend. Grandma lived in one of those older suburban neighborhoods. You know the kind, with wide streets, mature trees, and houses built in the 70s. The kind of place where people still knew their neighbors and kids could play outside without parents hovering over them constantly. That particular afternoon was scorching hot, probably in the mid-90s. After lunch, Grandma had fallen asleep in her recliner watching her soap operas, so Ryan suggested we go outside. We grabbed the super soakers that I'd packed in my overnight bag and headed to the front yard. For about an hour, we ran around having water fights, hiding behind Grandma's old Buick in the driveway and the maple tree in the yard. We were completely lost in our own world of imaginary spy missions and ambushes. I remember the grass was slightly damp under my feet from our missed shots, and the smell of someone barbecuing a couple houses down made me hungry again, even though we'd just eaten lunch. I had just refilled my super soaker from the garden hose and was looking for Ryan, who had disappeared around the side of the house. The neighborhood was weirdly quiet that day. No other kids were out, which was unusual for a summer afternoon. I remember hearing a distant lawnmower and the buzz of cicadas in the trees, but otherwise it was silent. I was crouched near Grandma's rose bushes, my sneakers getting soaked from the wet grass, when I spotted Ryan coming back around the corner of the house. He was walking slowly, his water gun hanging forgotten at his side. That's when I noticed he wasn't looking at me. He was staring across the front yard toward the street. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw him. A man was standing next to the massive oak tree at the edge of Grandma's property, right where the front yard met the sidewalk. Even now, I can picture him with perfect clarity, though certain details have become fuzzy over time. He was tall, really tall, wearing what looked like a dark suit, which was weird considering how hot it was that day. I couldn't make out his face clearly from where I was standing, but I'm almost certain he was wearing sunglasses, even though that part of the yard was already in the shade from the tree. The strangest thing wasn't just that he was standing there staring at us, it was how he was standing, completely motionless, not shifting his weight, not swatting at insects, not even seeming to breathe, just watching. He didn't belong there. It wasn't like seeing a neighbor or a delivery person. This felt wrong in a way my 8-year-old brain couldn't articulate. Ryan and I locked eyes for a split second, this electric moment of shared recognition that yes, we were both seeing the same thing, and yes, something was very off about it. I remember my skin prickling despite the heat. Then, in that instant while we were looking at each other, the man moved. It wasn't a run or even a quick walk. He simply turned and stepped behind the oak tree, his movement fluid but somehow unnatural. "Did you see that?" Ryan whispered, his voice cracking slightly. Without answering, we both took off running toward the tree. I dropped my super soaker on the lawn, water spilling out across the grass. It couldn't have taken us more than 5 or 6 seconds to reach the tree. We were kids, we were fast, and the distance wasn't that great. But when we got there, no one was behind the tree, no one was anywhere. The oak was massive, with a trunk probably 3 feet in diameter, but it wasn't nearly big enough to hide an adult man. Besides, we would have seen him if he'd moved away from it in any direction. The yard across the street was open, with no bushes or cars to duck behind. To our left was Mrs. Henderson's house, but her driveway was empty and her front door was a good 30 feet from the tree. To our right was a stretch of open sidewalk continuing down the block. Ryan immediately circled the tree, his movements frantic. "Where did he go?" he demanded, looking up and down the street. I remember standing there, my heart hammering in my chest as I looked up into the branches of the tree. Could he have climbed up? The lowest branch was at least 10 feet off the ground, and there was no way someone could have scrambled up there in the seconds it took us to reach the tree. Besides, we would have seen or heard him climbing. "Maybe he ran super fast," I suggested, walking into the street to look in both directions. But there was nowhere to hide. The man would have had to sprint at Olympic speeds to get out of our line of sight in those few seconds. Ryan's face had gone pale. "That's not possible," he said, his voice small. We stood there for what felt like forever, searching the area around the tree. I even got down on my hands and knees to check if there was some kind of hole or hiding spot in the roots or something, even though I knew that was ridiculous. Ryan kept looking across the street, as if trying to figure out if the man could have somehow kept the tree perfectly between himself and us as he moved away. But the angles just didn't work. "What was he wearing?" I asked Ryan, suddenly needing confirmation that what I'd seen was real. "A suit," Ryan replied immediately. "A black suit, like those guys from that movie we weren't supposed to watch at my house." He meant Men in Black, which we'd secretly watched part of at his place last Christmas until his mom caught us and said it was too scary for me. The comparison sent a chill through me, despite the summer heat. "Did you see his face?" I asked. Ryan shook his head. "Just the sunglasses, and maybe, I don't know, his skin looked weird." "Weird how?" I pressed, but Ryan just shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Let's go back inside," he said suddenly, glancing nervously up and down the street. For some reason, that frightened me more than the disappearing man. The fact that Ryan, my fearless older cousin, wanted to retreat to the safety of Grandma's house. We hurried back, abandoning the super soakers on the lawn. Inside, Grandma was still asleep in her recliner, the TV showing some game show now. The normality of it, the sound of the audience applauding, the ticking of Grandma's cuckoo clock, the smell of the apple pie she'd baked that morning, made what had just happened seem even more bizarre. We didn't talk about it for the rest of that day. Instead, we played Nintendo in the basement, volume turned up loud as if trying to drown out our thoughts. At dinner, Grandma asked why we'd left the water guns outside, and Ryan just shrugged and muttered something about forgetting. That night I had trouble falling asleep, staring out the window of the guest room I was sharing with Ryan, half expecting to see the man in the black suit standing under the streetlight. The weirdest part came the next morning. While helping Grandma water her garden, I worked up the courage to ask Ryan about what we'd seen. "Hey, about yesterday. That man by the tree," I started. Ryan cut me off sharply. "Drop it, Ethan. Just forget about it." The look in his eyes wasn't just annoyed, it was scared. And something else I couldn't identify at age 8, but now recognize as a kind of stern warning. We never spoke about it again. Not that weekend, not at Thanksgiving, not ever. As the years passed, Ryan and I drifted apart, as cousins often do. His family moved to Colorado when I was 12, and we only saw each other at occasional family reunions after that. By the time we were teenagers, we had different interests and barely spoke. Last I heard, he was working in IT somewhere in Seattle, married with kids of his own. After that summer, I convinced myself I'd imagined parts of it, or at least exaggerated them in my memory. The man probably just ducked behind a car we hadn't noticed, or maybe there was a gap in the fence I'd forgotten about. Kids have active imaginations, right? Eventually, I stopped thinking about it altogether. Until 3 years ago, I was back in Oakwood for Grandma's funeral. After the service, I found myself driving through her old neighborhood, feeling nostalgic. Her house had been sold years earlier after she moved into assisted living, but I wanted to see it one more time. The neighborhood hadn't changed much. Same wide streets, same mature trees, just different cars in the driveways and fresh paint on some of the houses. I parked across from Grandma's old place and sat there for a while, remembering holidays and summer visits. Almost unconsciously, my eyes drifted to that oak tree at the edge of what used to be her property. It was still there, even larger now, its branches stretching higher than I remembered. And suddenly, the memory of that day came flooding back with such clarity that it took my breath away. I got out of my car and walked over to the tree, feeling like I was 8 years old again. Standing there, I tried once more to make sense of what had happened. I walked around the trunk, looking up and down the street, playing out different scenarios in my head. And no matter how I sliced it, there was simply no logical explanation for how that man disappeared. What bothers me most isn't just that I can't explain it. It's that in all these years, I never reached out to Ryan to talk about it. I've thought about calling him many times since Grandma's funeral, just to ask if he remembers that day as clearly as I do, if it still makes his skin crawl to think about it, but something always stops me. Maybe it's because deep down I'm afraid of what he might say. What if he doesn't remember it at all? Or worse, what if he remembers more than I do? What if he saw something that day that was too terrifying to share with his little cousin? Sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I catch myself thinking about what the man's face might have looked like behind those sunglasses. And in that half-dreaming state, I can almost picture it, something not quite right, not quite human. But then I snap fully awake, heart racing, telling myself it's just my imagination, filling in blanks that were never there to begin with. I still drive through that neighborhood whenever I'm back in town, though I couldn't tell you exactly why. The old oak tree is still there. Sometimes I park my car and just stare at it, half expecting to see the man in the black suit step out from behind it, as if no time has passed at all. What happened that day? Who or what did we see? And how did he vanish so completely in the blink of an eye? I've run through every rational explanation I can think of, and none of them fit. The older I get, the more I've come to accept that some things just can't be explained. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever we witnessed that day wasn't just strange or unexplainable. It was something we weren't supposed to see. Like we accidentally glimpsed something behind a curtain that separates our normal everyday world from something else, something hidden. And sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, watching, waiting for me to figure it out. Story 11. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been 4 months since I moved out of my cousin's place. I've tried everything, medication, meditation, even therapy, but nothing helps. The fear is always there, lingering in the back of my mind, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep. I guess writing this down might help me process what happened, though I doubt anyone will believe me. I barely believe it myself, and I lived through it. Last year, during the height of COVID, I moved in with my cousin Jess and her boyfriend Mark. They live in this converted childcare centre about half an hour outside Melbourne. It's pretty isolated, surrounded by tall eucalyptus trees, with the nearest neighbour about a kilometre away. The place is weird, not just because it used to be a childcare centre, but because of its layout. There's this long, narrow corridor that runs through the middle of the house with rooms branching off it. My bedroom was at the very end of this corridor, and it had these massive windows that faced the trees. During the day, it was beautiful. At night, it was terrifying. I work as a nurse at a hospital in Melbourne, and during COVID, it was absolute hell. 12-hour shifts, sometimes longer, wearing PPE the entire time, watching people struggle to breathe, holding up phones so families could say goodbye. I was physically and emotionally exhausted every day. I thought the worst part of my day would be at the hospital. I was wrong. The first incident happened after a particularly rough shift. A patient I'd been caring for, an older gentleman who'd been doing really well, suddenly took a turn for the worse and passed away. I was devastated. I came home around 11 at night, had a shower and went straight to bed. I remember checking that my door was locked. It was an old habit, before climbing under the covers. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The digital clock on my bedside table read 3:17. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, but then I felt it. A weight at the end of my bed, like someone sitting on it. My first thought was that it might be Jess checking on me. She knew I'd had a rough day. "Jess?" I whispered, but there was no answer. The weight shifted, moving up the bed toward me. That's when I realized that this wasn't Jess or Mark or anyone I knew. It was heavier, more deliberate in its movements. I lay completely still, paralyzed with fear, pretending to be asleep. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever it was could hear it. The presence continued to move up my bed until it was right next to me. I could feel the mattress dipping under its weight, and then, in what still haunts me today, it started to slowly pull my blankets away. Not quickly or forcefully, but methodically, inch by inch. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. It was like my body was frozen, while my mind was screaming. I felt the mattress shift again, as if whatever it was had started kneeling on the bed. Then it stood up, its weight causing the mattress to dip and creak. It was standing on my bed, right next to me. I started to cry silently, tears streaming down my face, praying that this was just a nightmare and I'd wake up soon. But it wasn't a nightmare, it was happening. The presence stayed there, standing over me for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually, I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to my alarm at 7 in the morning, my blankets twisted around my legs, my pillow damp with tears. I convinced myself it was just a nightmare, a result of the stress and exhaustion from work. I didn't mention it to Jess or Mark. What would I say? I think something was standing on my bed last night. They'd think I was losing it. For the next few weeks, things were normal. Well, as normal as they could be during a pandemic. I worked, I came home, I slept, I repeated, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right in that house, especially in my room. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye or feel like someone was watching me when I was alone, but I chalked it up to exhaustion and an overactive imagination. Then came the second incident. I was on night shifts that week, which meant I'd come home around 8 in the morning and sleep during the day. Jess and Mark were both at work, so the house was empty. I remember locking my bedroom door, taking a shower, and getting into bed around 9. I was tired, but not exhausted like I had been during the first incident. I was fully awake, scrolling through my phone, when it happened. Something grabbed my arm, not like a gentle touch, but a firm grip, like fingers wrapping around my wrist. Before I could react, my arm was pulled out from under the blankets and held straight up, perpendicular to my body. I tried to pull my arm back, but whatever had hold of me was stronger. I could feel something heavy kneeling on the mattress beside me, though there was nothing visible there. I started reciting every prayer I could remember, even though I'm not particularly religious. Our Father, who art in heaven. My voice was shaking, barely a whisper. The grip on my arm tightened, and I could feel fingertips pressing into my skin. Please, I begged, please let me go. The presence didn't respond, but it didn't let go either. My arm was starting to ache from being held up for so long. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually the grip loosened, and my arm was released. It fell back onto the bed, and the weight on the mattress disappeared. I lay there, trembling, afraid to move. My arm tingled painfully for the rest of the day, as if it had fallen asleep and was now waking up. There were no visible marks on my wrist, which made me question if it had really happened, but the pain was real, and so was the fear. I called in sick that night. I couldn't face going to work. Instead, I sat in the living room with all the lights on until Jess and Mark came home. I wanted to tell them what happened, but the words wouldn't come. How do you tell someone that an invisible entity grabbed your arm and held it up? They'd think I was having a mental breakdown. Maybe I was. I considered moving out, but with the COVID restrictions and the housing market, finding a new place on short notice was impossible. Plus, I'd signed a 6-month lease with Jess. I was stuck there, at least for a few more months. I changed my routine. I kept the lights on in my room at all times. I played music or podcasts constantly to fill the silence. I even rearranged my furniture so that my bed was against a different wall. It helped for a little while. No more strange encounters, no more feeling of being watched. I started to think that maybe it had been a combination of stress, exhaustion, and an overactive imagination after all. But the third incident proved me wrong. It happened on my day off. I'd had a relatively good night's sleep and woken up around 6 in the morning. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a soft golden light through my windows. I felt surprisingly rested and decided to get up and make some coffee. As I went to get out of bed, something grabbed me around my waist. It pulled me back down onto the mattress with such force that the air was knocked out of my lungs. Before I could catch my breath, I felt what seemed like an arm wrap around my waist, holding me down. The presence pushed against me, and I could feel it pressing against my ear. Then it whispered, "No." The voice was deep, raspy, and distinctly male. It wasn't Jess or Mark's voice. It wasn't any voice I recognized. It was cold, detached, and it made my blood run cold. I screamed and thrashed, trying to break free. The arm around my waist tightened, squeezing until it hurt. I kept fighting, kicking and punching at the air, trying to hit whatever was holding me. Finally, the grip loosened enough for me to roll off the bed and onto the floor. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. I could feel it coming after me, could feel the presence getting closer. Finally, the door opened, and I bolted down the corridor, colliding with Mark, who was coming out of the bathroom. "Whoa, Liv, what's wrong?" he asked, steadying me. I was hysterical, sobbing and shaking, trying to explain what had happened. The words tumbled out incoherently. Something in my room, it grabbed me, it spoke to me. Mark looked concerned, but also confused. "There's nothing in your room, Liv," he said, gently leading me to the kitchen. "You probably had a nightmare." "It wasn't a nightmare," I insisted. "I was awake. It pulled me back onto the bed. It whispered in my ear." Jess joined us, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "What's going on?" Mark explained, and Jess looked at me with concern. "Have you been sleeping okay, Liv? You've been working so hard, and with everything going on with COVID." They didn't believe me. They thought I was having some sort of breakdown, which, to be fair, was a more logical explanation than an invisible entity is haunting my bedroom. But I knew what I'd experienced. It was real. I refused to go back to my room. I spent the day in the living room, jumping at every sound, constantly looking over my shoulder. Mark checked my room, looking under the bed, in the closet, even outside the windows. He found nothing, of course. That night I slept on the couch, but I barely slept at all. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the windows made me flinch. The next day, I called in sick again and started looking for a new place to live. I didn't care about the lease or the inconvenience. I couldn't stay in that house another night. It took 2 weeks to find a small apartment closer to the hospital. I moved out on a Saturday, while Jess and Mark were both home. They helped me pack and move, still concerned about my mental state. They didn't say it outright, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting, that I was letting the stress of the pandemic get to me. As we were loading the last of my things into the car, I took one final look at the house, at the window of my bedroom. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing there watching me, but when I blinked, it was gone. I've been in my new apartment for 4 months now. It's small and expensive, but it's mine, and I've never experienced anything strange here, but the fear still lingers. I still sleep with the lights on. I still jerk awake in the middle of the night, convinced that something is in the room with me. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel the mattress dip, as if someone, or something, is sitting on the edge of my bed. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was sleep paralysis. Though that doesn't explain the second incident when I was fully awake. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Some undiagnosed condition that causes hallucinations. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Something was in that house, in my room. Something that could touch me, hold me, speak to me. And sometimes I catch myself wondering if it followed me to my new place, if it's just waiting for the right moment to make its presence known again. I still talk to Jess regularly. She and Mark still live in that house. She's never mentioned experiencing anything strange, and I haven't brought it up again. What's the point? They didn't believe me then, and they won't believe me now, but I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I know that something was in that house with us, something that wanted me to know it was there. Why it fixated on me, I don't know. What it wanted from me, I don't know. All I know is that I'm never going back to that house again, and I'm never turning off the lights when I sleep. Not ever again. Story 12. I never thought I'd be sharing this story online, but I need to get it out of my system. I'm still having nightmares about what happened in that house. Even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. When I was in my junior year of college, my girlfriend Megan and I were sick of dorm life and decided to rent a place off campus. We were both working part-time jobs on top of our course load, so our budget was pretty tight. After weeks of searching, we found this house that seemed too good to be true. A 2-bedroom with a decent-sized kitchen and living room, just a 15-minute walk from campus, for way under what most places were charging. The first time we saw it, I remember thinking the architecture was a bit weird. It had this completely flat roof that didn't make any sense for an area that gets snow in winter, and the layout inside was equally strange. Hallways that didn't lead anywhere logical, and rooms that seemed like afterthoughts. But the price was right, and we were desperate, so we signed the lease right away. The first few weeks were normal. We moved in during summer break before fall semester started. We were excited to have our own space, especially after sharing cramped dorms for 2 years. We spent those first weeks getting furniture from thrift stores, painting walls, and making the place feel like ours. The trouble started about 2 months after we moved in. I was studying late one night while Megan was asleep when the smoke detector in the hallway started beeping, not the low battery chirp, but a full-blown alarm. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I ran around the house looking for smoke or fire, but there was nothing. Eventually, it stopped on its own. The next day, it happened again while we were making dinner. We figured maybe our cooking had triggered it, though we weren't burning anything. But then it started happening multiple times a day, completely at random. We changed the batteries thinking that was the issue, but it kept going off. We called the landlord, and he sent someone to check the wiring. The guy said everything looked fine. After about a week of this, we were going crazy from the noise. It would happen at all hours, while we were sleeping, studying, showering. We finally just took the batteries out of all the detectors in the house. But here's where it gets weird. They still went off. No batteries, but they'd still scream that ear-piercing alarm. I checked to see if they were hardwired, but they weren't. It made no sense. We eventually just removed all the smoke detectors completely. The landlord wasn't happy about it, but we promised to put them back up before moving out. We thought that would be the end of it, but that's when things got worse. There was this storage room off the main hallway. It was small, maybe 6 by 8 feet, with no windows. Initially, we'd been using it to store our bikes and some boxes, but around the time we removed the smoke detectors, the room changed. I know how that sounds, but I don't know how else to describe it. The air in there felt thick, almost like it was harder to breathe. Whenever I went in to grab something, I'd feel this intense sensation of being watched. Megan felt it too. She started avoiding the room entirely. She'd ask me to get things for her if she needed something from in there. I'd try to laugh it off, tell her she was being silly, but truthfully, I hated going in there too. The feeling was so overwhelming that sometimes I'd find myself rushing out, heart pounding, for no logical reason. Then came that first night with the 3 a.m. incident. I'll never forget it. It was a Tuesday in October. We'd both gone to bed around 11 after finishing some assignments. I was dead asleep when I heard it. Beep. A single, loud beep from where one of the smoke detectors used to be in the hallway. I nudged Megan, but she was still asleep. I was about to lie back down, thinking I'd dreamed it when it happened again. Beep. Then another beep, but this time from the living room, where another detector had been. I got up, confused and a little scared. As I walked into the hallway, there was another beep. This time from the kitchen. It was like something was moving through the house, triggering phantom alarms. I turned on lights as I went, searching for an explanation. Then I realized the pattern. The beeps were leading toward that storage room. I stood in the hallway, frozen, as the final beep came from directly above the storage room door. There was no detector there, never had been. I'm not ashamed to say I ran back to bed and pulled the covers over my head like a kid. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When I told Megan in the morning, I could tell she believed me, but we both tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some weird electrical issue. Maybe I'd been half asleep and imagined part of it. But deep down, we both knew something wasn't right. That pattern repeated itself every week, almost like clockwork. Always around 3 a.m., always leading to the storage room. We started sleeping with music playing to drown out the beeps, but somehow we'd always hear them anyway, cutting through whatever noise we created. Then came the bugs. God, the bugs. It started with a few ants in the kitchen. No big deal, right? We cleaned more thoroughly, made sure no food was left out, but they kept coming, more and more each day. Then we started finding them in the bathroom, the living room, our bedroom. Not just ants, but beetles, centipedes, spiders, bugs I couldn't even identify. We called an exterminator. He did a thorough job, said it should take care of the problem. It didn't. 3 days later, they were back in even greater numbers. I'll never forget walking into the kitchen one morning and seeing a stream of small black beetles pouring out of a light fixture in the ceiling, not falling randomly, but streaming out like water from a faucet. We called a different exterminator, thinking the first one had done a bad job. Same result. The third exterminator actually seemed freaked out. He said he'd never seen an infestation like this before, especially since there was no obvious source or nest he could find. He did a complete fumigation that forced us to stay in a motel for 2 days. When we came back, we had about 6 hours of peace before I pulled back the shower curtain and found dozens of centipedes crawling up the walls. It was around this time that we started hearing the footsteps on the roof. The first time it happened, I genuinely thought someone was breaking in. It was the middle of the night. and we heard heavy, deliberate steps above us. Thud, thud, thud. I grabbed a baseball bat and went outside to check, but there was no one there. No ladder, no way someone could have gotten up or down without me seeing them. The footsteps always followed the same path, starting above the storage room and moving toward our bedroom. We'd lie awake, tracking the sound as it moved across the ceiling. Sometimes it would stop directly above our bed and just stay there, like something was standing over us with just the ceiling in between. We told a few friends about what was happening, mostly expecting them to think we were crazy, or that our house just had some structural issues. My buddy Ryan suggested it might be raccoons or squirrels on the roof. But these weren't scurrying animal sounds. These were heavy, deliberate human footsteps. Our friend Jamie didn't believe us either, at least not until she stayed over one night. We gave her the couch in the living room and went to bed. Around 2 a.m. we woke up to her screaming. We ran out to find her standing on the couch, completely freaked out. She said she'd woken up feeling like someone was standing over her. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't see anyone, but the feeling was so strong she couldn't move. Then all the kitchen cabinets started slamming open and shut, over and over. We didn't hear anything, but she was so terrified we believed her. She left immediately, even though it was the middle of the night. That's when the cabinet slamming started for us too. Always in the kitchen, always when we weren't looking directly at them. We'd be sitting in the living room and hear bang, bang, bang as cabinet doors flew open and slammed shut. But the second we went to look, they'd be closed and still. We even set up a camera, but somehow it never caught anything. The slamming would only happen when the camera wasn't running or was pointing in another direction. Another weird thing. We kept hearing the sound of metal bowls crashing to the floor from the kitchen. We had a set of mixing bowls that we kept in one of the cabinets. The sound was unmistakable, that reverberating metallic crash. The first few times, we both ran to the kitchen expecting to find bowls scattered everywhere, but they were always still neatly stacked in the cabinet. Eventually, we just stopped reacting to the sound. Out of frustration, we packed those metal bowls away, thinking maybe they were somehow falling and being put back through some freak physics thing we didn't understand. But the day after we packed them away, the cabinets themselves started slamming even more frequently. These weren't cabinets that could close on their own. They had those slow close hinges that prevent slamming, but they'd bang shut with such force the whole house seemed to shake. I'm not a superstitious person. I never believed in ghosts or demons or any of that stuff. But living in that house changed something in me. There's no logical explanation for what we experienced. The absolute worst part came about 7 months into our lease. Megan was taking selfies for some project, using an app with those face filters. She screamed and dropped her phone. When I asked what happened, she was white as a sheet. She showed me her phone. The app had detected and drawn little cartoon animal ears on what it thought was a face standing right behind her. There was nothing there that I could see, but on her phone screen, there was clearly something the app was registering as a face. We started experimenting with different camera apps that had face detection. In certain parts of the house, especially near that storage room, they would constantly detect faces that weren't there. Sometimes one, sometimes several. We'd watch in horror as these apps drew their little boxes or applied their filters to empty air. That night, I woke up feeling something pressing down on my chest. It was heavy, making it hard to breathe. I couldn't move, not my arms, not my legs, nothing. I tried to call out to Megan, sleeping beside me, but couldn't make a sound. And then I felt hot breath on my face, not human breath. It smelled rotten, like meat left out for days. I still couldn't see anything, but something was there, inches from my face, breathing on me. The pressure increased until I thought my ribs would crack. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, it released. I gasped and sat up, finally able to move. Megan woke up and found me crying. Actually crying. I hadn't cried since my grandfather's funeral years before, but I was sobbing uncontrollably. The next morning I had bruises on my chest. 5 distinct bruises that looked like fingerprints. That was it for us. We broke our lease, paying a penalty we couldn't really afford. We sold or gave away most of our furniture. Neither of us wanted to bring anything from that house into our next place. We even threw away clothes that had been stored in that storage room. We lost our security deposit and took a financial hit that set us back for months, but we had to get out. We later learned from neighbors that no one ever stayed in that house for more than a year. The landlord had trouble keeping tenants, but he'd never say why. One elderly neighbor told us the house had been built on land that used to belong to a farm where some terrible things had happened, but she wouldn't elaborate. It's been 3 years and I still have nightmares. Sometimes I wake up in a panic, feeling that weight on my chest again. Megan and I are still together, but we don't talk about the house much. It's like this dark chapter we survived together. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing what was in that house with us. Not knowing why it targeted us. Not knowing if it's still there, tormenting whoever lives there now. Sometimes I think about driving by the old place, just to see if anyone's living there. But then, I imagine seeing someone in the window looking back at me. Or worse, seeing nothing in the window but having my phone detect a face there anyway. I don't know what to call what happened to us. A haunting? A demonic presence? All I know is that it was real and it changed me. I don't see the world the same way anymore. Because once you've felt something like that standing over your bed in the dark, breathing on your face while you can't move, you never feel completely safe again. Story 13. I've always been a pretty normal kid. Not particularly gifted with anything supernatural, no psychic abilities, nothing that would make me special in any way. At least that's what I thought until last Monday, when something happened that I still can't explain. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to. I'm a freshman at Westfield High in Springfield. It's a decent school, nothing extraordinary about it. Just your typical high school with typical high school drama. I usually get dropped off by my mum right before the first bell. But that Monday was different. Mum had an early doctor's appointment, so she dropped me off almost 45 minutes before classes started. I wasn't thrilled about it, but whatever. The early morning air was chilly as I approached the main entrance. There were more students than I expected for being so early, but I guess a lot of kids get dropped off early by parents who have to get to work. I had my headphones in, half listening to music while scrolling through Instagram, when I felt this weird sensation. It's hard to explain, but it was like when you feel someone staring at you. I looked up and saw Mr. Bennett, our art teacher, walking through the crowd of students near the entrance. Mr. Bennett was one of those teachers everyone liked. He wasn't strict, he made art fun even for people who couldn't draw a straight line, and he always had time to talk if you were having a bad day. I didn't have his class until later in the day, but I'd been looking forward to it all semester. What struck me as odd was how nobody seemed to notice him. Mr. Bennett was pretty popular with students, and usually there'd be at least a couple of kids saying hi or waving, but everyone was just walking past him like he wasn't even there. Then he looked at me. Our eyes met, and I swear to God, he seemed surprised that I was looking at him, like he was shocked that I could see him. And in that moment, I noticed something else. This weird, dark shadow hovering above his head. Not like a physical shadow cast by something, but more like a dark cloud or aura. Just there. The second I noticed it, this freezing cold chill shot down my spine. It wasn't like normal goosebumps. It actually hurt, like someone had poured ice water into my veins. I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. I felt drawn to whatever energy was coming off him, but not in a good way. It was disturbing, like something was pulling me toward him against my will. He kept staring at me, and I swear his face changed. It wasn't dramatic, but his expression shifted from surprise to something I can only describe as profound sadness mixed with relief. Then he smiled at me, not his usual cheerful smile, but something softer, almost grateful. I finally managed to break eye contact, and I practically ran to my first period classroom, even though it meant sitting alone for 30 minutes before anyone else showed up. I tried to shake off the weird feeling, telling myself I was just tired, or that maybe Mr. Bennett was having a rough morning, but I couldn't get the image of that shadow out of my head, or the way he looked at me like he was seeing something I couldn't understand. First period was English with Mrs. Keller, and I barely heard a word she said. I kept thinking about that encounter, wondering why it felt so wrong. When the bell rang, I headed to second period, history. Still distracted, but feeling a little better as the day went on. By third period, I started noticing something was off. There were whispers in the hallway, and some kids looked upset. I figured it was just typical high school drama until I got to the cafeteria for lunch. That's when everything exploded. My friend Jess found me as I was getting in line for food. She looked like she'd been crying. "Did you hear about Mr. Bennett?" she asked, her voice shaking. My stomach dropped. "What about him?" "He's dead, Emily. They just announced it. He killed himself last night." I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. "What? No, that's impossible. I just saw him this morning." Jess looked at me weird. "What are you talking about? He wasn't here today." "Yes, he was. I saw him by the entrance when I got dropped off early. He was walking with everyone else coming in." She shook her head. "Emily, that's not possible. He died last night. The principal just told all the teachers, and they've been telling the classes. They're bringing in counselors and everything." I felt sick. "I'm telling you, I saw him this morning. He looked at me, Jess. He smiled at me." By this point, other kids had gathered around us, and I realized I was talking too loud. Some of them were crying. Others looked shocked, and they were all staring at me like I was either crazy or being incredibly cruel. "That's not funny, Emily," someone said. "I think it was Ryan from my math class." "Why would you make something like that up?" "I'm not making it up," I insisted, feeling my face get hot. "I saw him. He was wearing his blue button-up shirt and his brown messenger bag. He looked right at me." Another girl, I think her name is Melissa, actually shoved me. "Shut up, he's dead. He hanged himself in his apartment last night after his girlfriend broke up with him. His neighbor found him this morning when the dog wouldn't stop barking. Don't you have any respect?" I backed away, completely freaked out. I knew what I'd seen. Mr. Bennett had been there at school that morning. The shadow above his head, the cold feeling down my spine, the way no one else seemed to notice him. It all made a horrible kind of sense now. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in a stall, trying not to throw up. I wasn't making it up, and I wasn't going crazy. I had seen Mr. Bennett after he died. I had seen his ghost, spirit, whatever you want to call it. And somehow he knew I could see him. I stayed in that bathroom stall until lunch was over, trying to compose myself. When I finally went back out, the school felt different. There were counselors in the hallways talking to crying students. Some teachers looked like they'd been crying too. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the building. I went to my next class in a daze. Art was supposed to be fifth period, but obviously they'd arranged for a substitute. I couldn't focus on anything. All I could think about was Mr. Bennett's face when he saw me looking at him. That surprise, that sadness, that strange relief. After school, I was waiting for my mum to pick me up when I overheard some seniors talking about Mr. Bennett. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but when I heard one of them say, "I swear I saw him this morning," my head snapped up so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. There were 3 of them, 2 guys and a girl I'd seen around school but didn't know by name. The taller guy was the one who'd spoken, and his friends were looking at him with the same expressions everyone had given me at lunch. I couldn't help myself. I walked over to them. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaking. "Did you just say you saw Mr. Bennett this morning?" They all looked at me, and for a second I thought they were going to tell me to get lost. But the tall guy nodded. "Yeah, by the main entrance, around 7:30. Why? I saw him too, I said quietly. Everyone thinks I'm lying or crazy, but I saw him. He was wearing a blue shirt and carrying his brown bag. The three seniors exchanged looks. The girl spoke next. I saw him too, by the gym entrance. He nodded at me, but when I tried to say hi, he just kept walking. No one else seemed to notice him. The third senior, a guy with glasses, shook his head. I thought I was imagining things. I saw him in the art hallway before first period. He looked off somehow, like there was something wrong with him, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Did you see a shadow? I asked. Like above his head? They all looked at me with wide eyes, and the tall guy nodded slowly. Yeah, like a dark cloud or something, and it was freezing cold when I looked at him, like painfully cold. Me too, the girl said. It felt like ice in my veins. We all stood there in silence for a moment, trying to process what this meant. 4 of us, in different parts of the school, had seen our dead teacher walking around like he was still alive. Do you think... The guy with glasses started, then stopped, like he was afraid to say it out loud. That it was his ghost? The tall guy finished. I don't know what else it could be. But why us? I asked. Why could we see him when no one else could? The girl looked thoughtful. I was in his advanced art class last year. He helped me put together my portfolio for college applications. Spent hours with me after school. He talked me out of dropping out last year when my parents got divorced, the tall guy said. Probably saved my life, honestly. He caught me having a panic attack in the bathroom once, glasses guy added. Sat with me until I calmed down. Never told anyone about it. They all looked at me expectantly. I'm just a freshman, I said. I barely know him. I mean, I have his class, but we've only been in school for a few months. The girl smiled a little. But he made an impression on you, right? That's how Mr. Bennett was. He could connect with people in a way other teachers couldn't. She was right. Even though I hadn't known him long, Mr. Bennett had gone out of his way to compliment my artwork when most teachers barely noticed me. He'd remembered my name from the first day. He'd asked me about my interests outside of school and actually listened to my answers. Do you think... I hesitated, not sure if I should say what I was thinking. Do you think he was saying goodbye, like his spirit or whatever came back to see the school one more time? And he could only be seen by people he had connections with, the tall guy said, nodding slowly. But why did it feel so wrong? I asked. That cold feeling, the shadow. If it was just him saying goodbye, why did it feel so creepy? None of them had an answer for that. We all just stood there, trying to make sense of something that defied explanation. My mom texted that she was waiting out front, so I had to go. But before I left, we exchanged numbers. None of us wanted to talk about this with anyone else. Who would believe us? But we all needed to know we weren't alone in what we'd experienced. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mr. Bennett's face, that shadow hanging over him, that look of surprise when he realized I could see him. I kept feeling that ice-cold sensation running down my spine. The next day at school, they had an assembly about Mr. Bennett. The principal talked about mental health and the importance of reaching out if you're struggling. Counselors were available all day. Some of Mr. Bennett's artwork was displayed in the lobby, along with pictures of him with students at various art shows and events. I walked past those pictures at least 10 times that day, studying his face, looking for any sign of the sadness I'd seen in his eyes Monday morning. But in every photo, he was smiling, looking happy and full of life. One picture stopped me cold. It was from the beginning of the school year, a group shot of the faculty. Mr. Bennett was standing in the back row, wearing the exact same blue button-up shirt he had on when I saw him Monday morning. It's been 3 days now, and I still can't explain what happened. The 4 of us who saw him have texted a bit, but none of us have any answers. Just more questions. Why us? Why that day? Was it really his spirit saying goodbye? And if so, why did it feel so wrong, so cold, so dark? I don't believe in ghosts. At least I didn't before Monday. Now I'm not sure what I believe. All I know is that I saw a man who was already dead, walking through my school like he was still alive, and somehow he knew I could see him. The school is holding a memorial service for Mr. Bennett next week. I'm going, of course. Part of me is afraid I'll see him there again, with that shadow hovering over him. Part of me almost hopes I will, because maybe then I could understand what happened. But mostly I just want to say goodbye properly this time, because I think that's what he was trying to do. Say goodbye to the place and the people he cared about. I just wish I knew why he chose me as one of the people who could see him. And I wish I knew what that shadow was and why it made me feel so cold. I've never experienced anything like this before, and honestly, I hope I never do again. Because now, every time I walk through those school doors, I can't help but look around, wondering if there are other spirits walking among us that only certain people can see. And that thought terrifies me more than I can say. Story 14. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that Halloween night 3 years ago at the old Colville Cemetery. Everything about that night was normal until it wasn't. I've told this story to a few close friends, but I usually get those looks, you know the ones, where people think you're either making it up or that you somehow misinterpreted what you saw. But I know what I saw. We all did. For context, I'm Jason Miller. I grew up in a small town in northern Pennsylvania where everybody knows everybody and Halloween traditions run deep. One of our local traditions involves visiting the old mining cemetery that sits on a hilltop overlooking what used to be a thriving coal town in the early 1900s. Now it's just a cluster of aging homes and abandoned mining structures. The cemetery itself isn't particularly large, maybe an acre of land filled with weathered headstones dating back to when miners died young from cave-ins, black lung, or other mining accidents. Most of the graves belong to families that no longer have descendants in the area, which is probably why the place has fallen into such disrepair. Tree roots push up through the earth, toppling headstones. Weeds grow unchecked. The rusty iron gate hangs permanently open on broken hinges. Local legend has it that the cemetery is haunted by the spirits of miners who died in a massive explosion back in 1924. People claim to hear phantom whistles late at night, like the ones that used to signal the start and end of mining shifts. Others say they've seen blue orbs floating between the trees. Supposedly, the miners' lanterns searching for a way home. The most common story, though, is about handprints that appear on foggy windows. If you park your car near the cemetery on a misty night, they say you'll return to find small, sooty handprints pressed against your windshield or rear window. I never believed any of it. Growing up, I'd heard all the stories, but to me, they were just that, stories. Things parents told their kids to keep them away from a dangerous, neglected area. My dad's friend Chuck, though, he was a true believer. Every Halloween, he'd gather a group of teenagers and take us up to the cemetery for what he called a night of real haunts. Most years I'd skip it, but that particular year, my friend Allie was visiting from college, and she wanted to experience some small-town Halloween weirdness, as she called it. So there we were, me, Allie, Chuck, and 4 other local teenagers, packed into Chuck's SUV on Halloween night, driving up the winding road toward Colville Cemetery. It was cold, the temperature hovering just above freezing, and a light fog had settled in the low areas between hills. Perfect spooky atmosphere, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. Chuck parked the SUV at the bottom of the cemetery hill. From there, we had to walk up a worn dirt path about 100 feet to reach the cemetery proper. The full moon provided enough light to see by, though Chuck had brought flashlights for everyone. "Keep your eyes open," Chuck told us, in that dramatic voice he always used for these outings. The spirits are especially active on Halloween. I rolled my eyes at Ali, who grinned back at me. We'd been friends since elementary school, and she knew exactly how I felt about Chuck's ghost stories. The four other teens, high school sophomores whose names I can't even remember now, huddled together, jumping at every sound. Chuck was in his element, pointing out headstones and making up stories about how each person had died. The younger kids ate it up, gasping at the right moments and nervously laughing at others. Ali and I hung back, talking quietly about her college classes and my new job at the local hardware store. Neither of us was paying much attention to Chuck's performance until he called us all over to what he claimed was the most haunted spot in the cemetery. A cluster of similar headstones marking the final resting places of 7 miners who died on the same day. They say if you stand here at midnight on Halloween and call out their names, you'll hear the mine whistle blow, Chuck said, his flashlight aimed upward under his chin for maximum spooky effect. One of the sophomore girls squeaked in fear, and Chuck laughed, clearly pleased with himself. "What time is it now?" he asked. I checked my phone. 11:38. "Perfect," Chuck said. "We'll wait until midnight and then do the ritual." The 4 younger teens looked terrified, but also excited. This was exactly what they'd come for. Ali caught my eye again and shrugged as if to say, "Might as well play along." We spent the next 20 minutes wandering among the graves. Chuck continued his ghost tour, while Ali and I found ourselves at the highest point of the cemetery, sitting on a large flat tombstone that gave us a view of the surrounding area. From there, we could see Chuck's SUV parked below, the narrow road leading up to the cemetery, and the scattered lights of the town beyond. "Does anyone ever actually see anything up here?" Ali asked me, her breath forming small clouds in the cold air. "Nah," I said. "Just Chuck's annual theatrics, though I gotta admit it is pretty creepy up here at night." "I don't know," Ali said, hugging herself against the cold. "There's something about old cemeteries that gets to me. All these lives, all these stories, just buried." I was about to respond when I noticed something strange down on the road. A white pickup truck was pulling up next to Chuck's SUV. The truck's headlights switched off, but its cab light came on, illuminating the interior. I squinted, trying to make out who it was. Maybe some other locals coming up for their own Halloween scare. "Hey," I nudged Ali. "Someone else just showed up." She followed my gaze. "Do you know who it is?" I shook my head. "Can't tell from here." We watched for a moment, expecting to see someone get out of the truck and start up the path toward the cemetery, but nobody did. The truck just sat there, cab light on. That's when I noticed something odd. I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat. The interior light was clearly on, illuminating the entire cab, but there didn't appear to be anyone inside. "That's weird," I said, standing up for a better look. "I don't see anyone in that truck." "Maybe they got out already," Ali suggested. "We would have seen them on the path," I pointed out. The only way up to the cemetery was the dirt path directly in our line of sight. Curious now, I called out to Chuck, who was about 30 feet away, still entertaining the younger teens with his stories. "Hey, Chuck, someone just pulled up down by your SUV." Chuck jogged over to where Ali and I stood, the 4 teens trailing behind him. "Who is it?" he asked. "I don't know," I replied. "But the weird thing is, I don't see anyone in the truck. The cab light is on, but there's nobody inside." Chuck squinted down the hill. "Huh, that's odd." By now, all 7 of us were staring at the white pickup. "Maybe it's part of the haunting," one of the younger boys said, trying to sound brave, but his voice cracking slightly. Chuck chuckled. "Nice try, kid. But I've been coming here for 20 years, and I've never heard anything about a ghost truck." "Ali," I said, "go check it out." She gave me a look. "Why me?" "Because you're the skeptic who wanted small-town Halloween weirdness." "Well, there you go." I grinned at her. "Fine," she sighed, taking the flashlight I offered her. "But you owe me." We watched as Ali made her way down the dirt path toward the vehicles. She approached cautiously, moving to the passenger side of the truck first, shining her flashlight inside. Even from a distance, I could see her posture change. She froze, then quickly stepped back from the vehicle. She stood there for a second, then suddenly turned and ran back up the path toward us. Before she reached us, something else happened. The truck's reverse lights came on. It backed up slowly, then turned and started driving away down the road, its cab lights still glowing, showing an empty interior. "Holy shit," I breathed. Allie reached us, out of breath and visibly shaken. "There's no one in it," she gasped. "There's absolutely no driver." "What?" Chuck said, his usual bravado gone. "That's impossible. Look for yourself." Allie pointed at the retreating truck. "The cab light is still on. You can see right into it. There's nobody there." We all watched in stunned silence as the white pickup made its way down the winding road, eventually disappearing around a bend. Chuck was the first to speak. "Okay, that's enough excitement for tonight. Let's head back." Nobody argued. The younger teens practically ran down the path toward Chuck's SUV. I stayed close to Allie, who was still trembling slightly. "What exactly did you see?" I asked her quietly. "Nothing," she said. "That's what's so creepy. The seat was empty. The steering wheel was turning by itself. It was like the truck was driving itself, but this was before self-driving cars were a thing, you know? And in a beat-up old pickup like that? No way." When we reached Chuck's SUV, everyone piled in quickly. Chuck did a head count, then started the engine. He was unusually quiet. "Chuck, you okay?" I asked from the back seat. He nodded slowly. "Just never seen anything like that in all my years coming up here." As we drove back into town, the four younger teens excitedly discussed what had happened, their fear now turning into amazement at having witnessed something genuinely strange. Allie sat silently beside me, still processing. "You guys," Chuck finally spoke up, "I don't think we should talk about this with anyone else." "Why not?" one of the teens asked. "It was awesome." "Because," Chuck said, meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror, "I don't think anyone would believe us." He was right about that. In the days that followed, Allie returned to college, and I went back to work at the hardware store. I did mention the incident to a couple of close friends, but as I expected, they assumed we'd all been pranked or had somehow misinterpreted what we'd seen. "Someone was probably lying down in the truck," one friend suggested, "or they had it rigged somehow." But that didn't make sense to me. Our town has fewer than 3,000 people. If someone had rigged a pickup truck to drive itself as a Halloween prank, everyone would know about it within days. That kind of news spreads fast here, but nobody claimed responsibility, and nobody else reported seeing a driverless white pickup that night. I've gone back to Colville Cemetery a few times since then, though never again on Halloween night. Nothing strange has happened during those visits, just the usual quiet eeriness of an old graveyard. But I can't forget what I saw, what we all saw. 3 years have passed, and I still find myself scanning for white pickup trucks whenever I'm driving around town. I've never seen that particular truck again, though there are plenty of white pickups in rural Pennsylvania. Sometimes I wonder if it was a one-time appearance, something tied to that specific Halloween night, or if the truck appears regularly, but we just happen to be in the right place at the right time to witness it. Chuck doesn't do his Halloween cemetery visits anymore. When asked why, he just says he's getting too old for that kind of thing. The younger teens who were with us that night have all since moved away for college or jobs. Allie and I still talk occasionally, but we rarely mention that night. The last time I brought it up about a year ago, she changed the subject almost immediately. I don't consider myself a believer in ghosts or the supernatural. I still think most of those local legends about the cemetery are just stories people tell. But that white pickup truck with no driver, that was real. I saw it with my own eyes, and no logical explanation I've come up with in the 3 years since has satisfied me. Sometimes I wonder about the history of that truck. Who owned it? Was it a miner who died in an accident while driving home? Or maybe it belonged to someone who visited the cemetery regularly to mourn a loved one. The local historical society keeps records of mining accidents, but nothing about vehicles associated with them. Every Halloween since then, I've half expected to hear stories from others who might have seen the ghost truck. So far, nothing. It's like it appeared just for us that night and then vanished back into whatever realm it came from. I still don't know what to make of it all. Part of me wants to gather a group and go back this Halloween to see if it happens again. The other part of me is frankly terrified of what we might see if we did. Some mysteries, I've come to realize, are probably better left unsolved. Story 15. I've never really talked about this before, not in detail anyway. Even now, at 23, I get goosebumps thinking about my childhood home on Elm Street. It wasn't some ancient Victorian with a tragic backstory or anything like that. Just a normal suburban house built sometime in the 70s that my parents bought when I was 4. Nothing special from the outside, nothing that would make you think twice about walking past it. But there was something wrong with that house. I know how this sounds, believe me. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened, but I can't. Some nights, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I hear that metallic clanking sound even though I moved out 5 years ago. It started small, so small I thought it was normal. I was maybe 6 or 7 when I first noticed the kitchen noises. Every night, as I was falling asleep, I'd hear what sounded like someone messing with pots and pans downstairs. Not loud cooking, more like someone carefully moving things around, a lid being placed on a pot, metal touching metal. It was almost soothing in a weird way, like white noise. I assumed it was just Mom doing some late-night meal prep for the next day, or Dad grabbing a midnight snack. This went on for years, literally years. Every single night, that same metallic clanking from the kitchen. Sometimes it would stop for a minute or two, then start up again. Sometimes it would be louder, sometimes barely audible. But it was always there, part of my bedtime routine at that point. Then one night when I was 13, I couldn't sleep. It was summer break, and I'd stayed up playing video games until my eyes hurt. Around 11:30, I heard the familiar kitchen sound start up. I decided to go grab some water and see who was up. Our house had this creaky staircase that announced your presence no matter how carefully you tried to move. I remember stepping on each stair deliberately, trying to avoid the worst of the squeaks. The clanking continued the whole time, steady and rhythmic. When I reached the bottom step, I could see the kitchen doorway about 15 feet away. The light was off. That struck me as odd, but I figured whoever was in there was just moving around in the dark to avoid waking anyone up. I walked across the living room, the sounds getting clearer, metal sliding against metal, soft tapping, the distinctive sound of a pot lid being settled into place. I flipped on the kitchen light. Empty. Completely empty. I remember standing there, my hand still on the light switch, staring at our perfectly normal, perfectly empty kitchen. The sounds had stopped the instant the light came on. I checked everywhere, the pantry, behind the island, even outside the back door. Nothing. No one. I went back upstairs and lay in bed, wide awake, waiting. About 10 minutes later, the sound started again. Clink, clank, slide, coming from the empty kitchen downstairs. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? I think our kitchen pots are moving by themselves. I'd sound crazy. So I kept it to myself. But from that night on, the kitchen noises weren't comforting anymore. They were terrifying. That wasn't the only thing, though. Our house had this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms upstairs. I always hated that hallway. It was too narrow, with this ugly brown carpet that had been there since before we moved in. The light switch was at one end, so if you were at the other end, you had to walk the length of it in the dark to turn on the light. I was 14 when I saw The Bride for the first time. That's what I ended up calling it, even though I don't know what it actually was. It was a Saturday afternoon in October, and I was home alone. My parents had gone grocery shopping, and my sister was at a friend's house. I was in my room playing video games when I realized I needed to use the bathroom, which was at the opposite end of that hallway. It was the middle of the day, but that hallway was always dark because it had no windows. I sprinted down it like I always did. I never liked lingering there. As I ran past my parents' bedroom doorway, I caught something in my peripheral vision that made me stop dead in my tracks. Something white, something tall, maybe 5 or 6 feet high, standing motionless in my parents' dark bedroom. It was just a flash, a split-second glimpse as I ran past, but it was enough to make me freeze. I slowly backed up until I could see into the room again. There was nothing there. I flipped on the bedroom light, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The room was empty. Nothing white, nothing tall, nothing standing anywhere. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. But I know what I saw. It was a figure, humanoid, but somehow not quite right, dressed in white from head to toe, like a bride or someone in a shroud. I couldn't make out any features. It was too dark, and I only caught it from the corner of my eye, but I remember the way the white seemed to glow slightly, even in the darkness of the room. After that, I started noticing it more often, always in my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look directly at it. Sometimes in the hallway, sometimes at the top of the stairs. Once, even in the bathroom mirror behind me. That time I screamed so loud our neighbor called to check if everything was okay. Always in white, always about the same height, always silent and still. My parents didn't believe me, of course. My dad said it was my imagination, triggered by horror movies, which I wasn't even allowed to watch. My mom was a little more sympathetic. She suggested maybe it was light reflecting off something, or my eyes playing tricks on me. My sister just called me a scaredy cat and used it as an opportunity to jump out and scare me whenever possible. But I knew what I was experiencing. The kitchen noises, the white figure, they were real. And honestly, as terrifying as they were, I had almost gotten used to them. They never actually hurt me or anything. The noises were scary but predictable, and the bride never came close to me, just watched from a distance. Then came the night that changed everything. I was 15, just a few months shy of 16. It was a school night in January, cold and rainy outside. I woke up around 2 in the morning, absolutely desperate to pee. I'd been trying to ignore it and go back to sleep, but it wasn't working. The kitchen sounds were going as usual, that familiar metallic clanking from downstairs. I lay there debating whether to brave the hallway to the bathroom. The bride seemed to appear most often in that hallway, and the thought of encountering it in the middle of the night made my skin crawl. But eventually my bladder won out over my fear. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight and opened my bedroom door as quietly as possible. The hallway was pitch black. I pointed my phone light at the floor and started tiptoeing toward the bathroom, trying not to wake my parents or sister. I was about halfway down the hall when the kitchen noises stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was somehow worse than the clanking had been. I froze, listening. For maybe 5 seconds, there was nothing. No sound at all except the rain against the windows. Then I heard it. A mechanical whirring noise, starting low and then getting louder. A motorized sound like a chainsaw. That's exactly what it sounded like. A chainsaw starting up inside our house. It wasn't coming from outside. I know what outdoor noises sound like through walls and windows. This had that distinct indoor echo, bouncing off our walls and hardwood floors. It was coming from downstairs, from the direction of the kitchen. The sound grew louder, the engine catching and revving up to full power. Then it started moving. I could hear it getting closer to the stairs, the noise shifting and changing as it moved through the house. I ran back to my room and shut the door, my bladder completely forgotten. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I backed away from the door, clutching my phone, wondering if I should call my parents in the next room, but I was frozen with fear, unable to make a sound. The chainsaw noise reached the bottom of the stairs. Then, impossibly, it started coming up. Step by step, that mechanical roaring getting closer and closer to the second floor, to the hallway, to my room. I slid down against the far wall, as far from the door as possible, my phone clutched to my chest. The sound reached the top of the stairs and paused. Then it started moving down the hallway, getting louder as it approached my door. It stopped right outside. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't even close my eyes. I just stared at my bedroom door, watching the handle, waiting. The chainsaw noise revved louder, so loud it seemed impossible my family wasn't waking up. It sounded like someone was holding it right against my door. The wood should have been splintering, but there was no physical damage happening. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The noise right outside my door, me huddled against the wall, terrified to make a sound. Then, as abruptly as it had started, the chainsaw noise cut off. Silence. Complete silence. Even the kitchen noises didn't resume. I sat there until sunrise, unable to move, unable to call out, unable to do anything but wait in terror. When the first light of dawn filtered through my curtains, I finally worked up the courage to check the hallway. There was nothing there, no damage to my door, no marks on the floor, no sign that anything had happened. My parents and sister were still asleep in their rooms, somehow having slept through the entire thing. At breakfast, I tried to ask casually if anyone had heard strange noises in the night. No one had heard anything. My dad joked that maybe I'd been dreaming about the lawnmower guy who did our neighbor's yard way too early sometimes, but I hadn't been dreaming. I know what I heard, just like I know what I saw all those other times and what I heard from the kitchen every night. Unlike the other phenomena that happened repeatedly, the chainsaw incident only happened that one time. But once was enough. I spent the rest of my high school years sleeping with my desk pushed against my bedroom door. I avoided being home alone whenever possible. I never again got up in the middle of the night, no matter how badly I needed to use the bathroom. My parents still live in that house. They've never experienced anything unusual. Or if they have, they've never admitted it to me. My sister says she heard the kitchen noises once after I moved out for college, but she figured it was just the ice maker in the fridge. But I know better. Whatever was in that house, whatever is still in that house, was real. The kitchen noises weren't the fridge or the pipes or any of the other explanations people have suggested over the years. The bride wasn't a trick of the light or my overactive teenage imagination. And that chainsaw, that sound haunts my nightmares to this day. I've lived in 3 different apartments since leaving home, and I've never experienced anything remotely similar in any of them. Whatever it was specific to that house on Elm Street. Sometimes I wonder about the family that lived there before us, or the people who built it back in the 70s. Was there something on that land before the house was there? Did something happen during construction, or did something follow us there? I don't have answers. All I know is that I still can't sleep without checking. The kitchen is empty first. Still can't walk down a dark hallway without looking over my shoulder for a white figure. Still tense up at the sound of any motor starting unexpectedly. Some houses just aren't right. Mine wasn't, and all these years later, I still don't know why. Story 16. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last summer. It's been 8 months, and I've gone over it hundreds of times in my head, but I still can't make sense of it. I'm hoping writing it all down might help me process it. And maybe someone else has experienced something similar. My dad, my sister Lucia, and I were visiting my grandparents in Mexico City last July. Their house is in this older neighborhood called Coyoacan. It's usually pretty lively. Lots of street vendors during the day, traffic at all hours, dogs barking, people talking. You know, normal city stuff. The day started out completely ordinary. We'd been there for about a week already, so we had settled into a routine. That morning, My abuela made chilaquiles for breakfast, and then we all went to visit some distant relatives who lived about 40 minutes away. We had lunch there, spent the afternoon catching up, and got back to my grandparents' house around 7 in the evening. I was feeling pretty tired. The night before, my cousins had come over, and we stayed up playing video games until like 3 in the morning. Plus, I'd promised to help my abuelo with some yard work early the next day, so I decided to go to bed early, around 9:30, which was unusual for me. The guest room where I was staying used to be my dad's childhood bedroom. It's small but comfortable, with these old family photos on the walls and a window that faces the street. The window has these thick fabric curtains that my abuela insists on closing completely at night to keep the bad energy out. Her words, not mine. I remember closing those curtains all the way before getting into bed. I'm sure of it because my abuela had reminded me, and I didn't want to hear about it in the morning. I also remember checking that my phone was charged. It was at 82% and setting an alarm for 6:30. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up maybe 20 minutes later because something was buzzing around my ear. A fly or mosquito or something. It was super annoying. I swatted at it in the dark but couldn't catch it. I also noticed I had a few itchy spots on my arms and legs. Bug bites, I figured. I tried to ignore them and go back to sleep. It took forever to drift off again with the buzzing and itching, but eventually I did. The next time I woke up, I checked my phone. It was 1 in the morning. I was immediately confused because the room wasn't completely dark like it should have been. The curtains were halfway open, letting in light from the street lamps outside. I distinctly remember thinking, I closed those all the way. It bothered me because I was sure of it. I got up to close them again, and as I was standing at the window, I heard that buzzing sound right by my ear again. It pissed me off enough that I decided to turn on the light and kill whatever it was that kept biting me. When the light came on, I saw that I now had at least a dozen small red welts on my arms and legs. They were itchy as hell, but the weird thing was, I couldn't see any bugs in the room. I checked the ceiling, the walls, under the bed. Nothing. But the buzzing continued intermittently, always seeming to come from just behind me. Yet when I turned, there was nothing there. I grabbed a magazine from the nightstand, ready to swat anything that moved, but after about 5 minutes of searching, I gave up and turned the light back off. I closed the curtains, making sure they were completely shut this time, and got back into bed. That's when I first noticed the silence. My grandparents' house is never completely quiet. Their bedroom is right next to mine, and my abuelo snores loud enough to shake the walls. My dad and sister were sleeping down the hall, and my sister usually plays music softly as she falls asleep. Outside, there's always traffic noise, even in the middle of the night. But suddenly, there was nothing. Absolute silence, the kind that makes your ears ring because they're searching for any sound at all. At first, I thought maybe I was just extra tired and not noticing the normal noises. But after a few minutes of listening intently, I realized something was definitely off. I couldn't even hear the old refrigerator humming in the kitchen, which is this constant background noise in their house. I picked up my phone to check the time again, 1:15 now, and noticed I had no signal. Not low signal, which would be normal in certain parts of the house, but no signal at all. I tried to send a text to my dad, just a quick, "You awake?" but it didn't go through. The buzzing sound started up again right by my ear. I jumped out of bed and flipped on the light switch, but there was nothing there. The bites on my skin were getting worse though, more numerous and itchier. I counted 23 of them now. I decided to go to the bathroom to put some of my abuela's aloe vera gel on the bites. I opened my bedroom door as quietly as possible and stepped into the hallway. The house was completely dark except for a small nightlight in the hallway, but even that seemed dimmer than usual. As I passed my grandparents' room, I realized I couldn't hear my abuelos snoring. Their door was partially open, as it always is in case one of them needs to get up during the night. I paused, listening, Nothing, not even the sound of breathing. A chill ran up my spine. I took a step closer to their door and whispered, "Abuelo?" No response. I was too freaked out to look into their room, so I continued to the bathroom. I applied the aloe vera to my bites, which had somehow increased to at least 30. The buzzing sound was gone for now, but the silence throughout the house was becoming more unsettling by the minute. Back in the hallway, I noticed my sister's door was closed. I knocked gently. "Lucia?" Nothing. I tried the knob, unlocked, and opened the door just enough to peek in. Her bed looked perfectly made, like no one had slept in it at all. She wasn't there. My heart started racing. I went to the guest room where my dad was staying and found the same thing. Bed made, no one there. I went down to the kitchen thinking maybe someone was having a late-night snack, but the entire downstairs was dark and empty. The house felt abandoned, like no one had been there for days. That's when I went to the front window and looked out at the street. What I saw made my blood run cold. The streetlights were on, illuminating the empty road, but there was no movement whatsoever. No cars, no stray dogs, no late-night pedestrians. Even the leaves on the trees seemed frozen, like in a photograph. I opened the front door and stepped onto the porch. The night air felt thick, almost gelatinous, and unnaturally still. No breeze, no distant sounds of the city, just absolute silence and stillness. "Hello?" I called out, not too loudly at first, then with increasing volume. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice sounded flat, like it was being absorbed by the air around me rather than traveling through it. I walked down to the sidewalk and looked up and down the street. Nothing moved. The digital clock on the pharmacy across the street was frozen at 1:23. I stared at it for at least 5 minutes, and the time never changed. That's when real panic set in. I ran back into the house, calling for my family. "Dad! Abuelo! Lucia! Abuela! Where is everyone?" My voice echoed through the empty house, but no one answered. I tried using the landline phone in the kitchen, but there was no dial tone. I checked my cell phone again. Still no signal. And now the battery was at 75%, even though it had been charging all night. The buzzing sound returned, louder this time, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. I felt something land on my arm and slapped at it instinctively, but there was nothing visible when I looked. Yet another red welt appeared on my skin. I went back to my room and closed the door, as if that would somehow protect me from whatever was happening. The curtains were half open again, even though I was certain I'd closed them completely when I'd gotten up. Through the window, I could see that the streetlights were still on, the street still empty. My phone now showed 1:52, but the pharmacy clock outside was still stuck at 1:23. I tried to reason with myself, thinking maybe I was having some kind of vivid dream or hallucination. I pinched myself hard, slapped my face, even bit my hand. All the things people do in movies to wake themselves up. But nothing changed. For the next several hours, I alternated between lying in bed trying to fall asleep and getting up to check if anything had changed in the house or outside. Nothing ever did. The pharmacy clock remained frozen at 1:23. My phone kept ticking forward, 2:30, 3:15, 4:20, but nothing else seemed to acknowledge the passage of time. The bug bites continued to appear on my skin, even though I never saw any insects. The buzzing sound came and went, sometimes so loud it felt like it was inside my head, other times so faint I wondered if I was imagining it. Around what my phone said was 5:30 in the morning. I was sitting on the edge of my bed, exhausted but too terrified to sleep, when I noticed something strange about the curtains. They seemed to be moving slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. But the window was closed, and there had been no air movement all night. As I watched, the curtains gradually closed themselves completely, the fabric sliding smoothly along the rod without any visible force moving them. The buzzing sound intensified to an almost painful level, and then, suddenly, it stopped. The silence that followed was different from the eerie silence of the night. It was a normal, peaceful quiet. I could hear the refrigerator humming faintly from the kitchen, the occasional car passing on the street outside, and, most reassuringly, my abuelo's familiar snoring from the next room. Relief washed over me. Whatever strange bubble I'd been caught in seemed to have popped. I checked my phone, 5:45, and now I had full signal again. I was so exhausted that I fell back onto my pillow and immediately drifted into a deep sleep. The next thing I knew, my dad was shaking me awake. "Miguel, get up. You promised Abuelo you'd help him in the yard, remember?" I sat up, disoriented. Sunlight was streaming through the completely closed curtains. My phone said 7:30. "Dad," I started, my voice shaking, "where was everyone last night? I couldn't find anyone in the house." He looked at me strangely. "What are you talking about? We were all asleep in our rooms like normal people at night," he laughed. "But Lucia's bed was empty, made up like no one had slept in it," I insisted. "Miguel, I looked in on both of you before I went to bed around midnight. You were both sound asleep." I rolled up my sleeves to show him my bug bites, but my arms were completely clear. No welts, no redness, no itching. I checked my legs. Nothing there either. "Dad, there was this buzzing sound all night, and bug bites appearing on my skin, and the curtains kept opening by themselves, and Mijo, you were dreaming," he said, looking concerned now. "Are you feeling okay? Maybe you're coming down with something." But I knew it hadn't been a dream. It had been too vivid, too consistent, too logical in its own strange way. Throughout the day, I tried to find evidence that what I'd experienced was real. I checked the security camera at the front of my grandparents' house, but the footage showed nothing unusual, just an empty street with occasional cars passing, normal for the middle of the night. I asked my sister if she'd heard anything strange during the night, but she said she'd slept straight through until morning. Same with my grandparents. The only odd thing was when I mentioned the pharmacy clock to my abuelo. He gave me a funny look and said, "That clock hasn't worked in years. It's been stuck at 1:23 for as long as I can remember." It's been 8 months now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. Was it some kind of waking dream? A temporary psychosis? Or did I somehow slip into a different layer of reality, a place where time and physics don't work the same way? I've never experienced anything like it before or since, but every now and then, usually when I'm just about to fall asleep, I hear a faint buzzing sound near my ear, and my whole body goes cold with fear. Whatever happened that night in Mexico City, it left me with the unshakable feeling that reality is much thinner and more fragile than we think, and that sometimes the barriers between our world and something else can momentarily break down, leaving us stranded in a place where we don't belong. Story 17, Asar. I've worked at the Sunlit Cafe in Riverdale for 7 years now, starting when I was just 14 as a dishwasher and eventually working my way up to manager. I'm 21 now. It's a small place, family-owned, nothing fancy, just your typical breakfast and lunch spot with the occasional dinner service on weekends. I've always loved working here. The owner, Mrs. Chen, treats everyone like family, and her mother, May, has basically been my second mom since I started. Up until 2 weeks ago, I never really believed all the stories about the cafe being haunted. Sure, we'd all heard the tale about the old man who died of a heart attack in our bathroom 9 years ago. His name was Harold Jenkins, a regular who came in every Thursday for pancakes and black coffee. I remember some of the older staff talking about how they found him, slumped against the wall, already gone by the time the ambulance arrived. But that was before my time. Over the years, weird things would happen occasionally. Kitchen staff would swear they heard pots clicking together after hours when nobody was around. Order slips would sometimes print from the system when nobody was near the screens. Little things like that. We'd joke about Harold watching over us, but nobody took it too seriously. Mrs. Chen would burn incense sometimes and leave a small cup of coffee at the corner of the counter before opening. An old tradition from her culture to honor spirits and keep them content. I always thought it was just superstition. That changed last Wednesday. May, who almost always closed with me, had left for Arizona to visit her granddaughter, who just had a baby. She'd be gone for 2 weeks, which meant I'd be handling closing duties alone for the first time. I'd closed with her hundreds of times, so I wasn't concerned. Just follow the routine, clean everything down, check the bathrooms, secure the money in the office safe, set the alarm, and lock up. Wednesday night was normal. We closed at 9, and by 9:30 I had finished most of the closing checklist. The cooks had cleaned the kitchen and the busboys had mopped the dining area. I walked them out the back door as usual, said goodnight, and headed to the office to put the day's cash in the safe before final lockup. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. The office light was off. Now this might not sound like a big deal, but in 7 years, that light had never been off. It was one of May's strict rules. The office light stays on 24/7. She was superstitious about it, said that darkness invited unwanted energies. Even when we closed during a week-long renovation last year, she made sure that light stayed on. The owner's mother was intense about certain things, and that light was one of them. I felt a chill run down my spine. Maybe the bulb had burned out. I flipped the switch and the light came on immediately. The switch had been physically turned off. I stood there for a moment, confused. Nobody had access to this office except me and the owners. The door had been locked, and I had the only set of keys on shift. I quickly counted the money, secured it in the safe, and finished my closing duties. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe May had turned it off by accident before leaving. Maybe Mrs. Chen had come by earlier. But neither explanation made sense. May would never turn off that light, and Mrs. Chen was in Seattle visiting her sister. I brushed it off and went home, deciding not to overthink it. But I couldn't shake the uneasiness. Thursday night was worse. I wasn't closing alone. Jake, one of our servers, was helping me. Everything went normally until around 9:45. We were both in the dining area doing final checks when we heard a loud bang from the kitchen. We both jumped. "What was that?" Jake asked. "Probably just the old pipes," I said, though I wasn't convinced. We went to the kitchen to investigate. Everything looked normal, but as we were standing there, the swinging door that separates the kitchen from the dining area slowly creaked closed right in front of us. On its own. No draft, no explanation. The door to the outside was already locked. Jake laughed nervously. "Guess Harold's active tonight." I forced a smile, but something felt off. We finished closing quickly, and I made sure Jake got to his car safely before heading to mine. As I sat in my car, I looked back at the cafe. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing in the window of the dining area, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. Friday was my day off, and I was grateful for the break. I tried to put the strange incidents out of my mind, but I found myself thinking about them constantly. I even called May in Arizona just to check in. I didn't mention anything weird, didn't want to worry her, but I asked if anyone else might have been in the restaurant. She confirmed what I already knew. No one had any reason to be there after hours. Saturday was when things got truly terrifying. We closed at 10 on weekends. By 11, everyone had left except me. The night had been busy, so closing took longer than usual. I was exhausted and just wanted to finish up and go home. As I was wiping down the counter, I heard the distinct sound of footsteps coming from the office hallway. Heavy, slow, deliberate steps, like someone wearing work boots. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking a bit. "Anyone still here?" Silence. I grabbed a knife from behind the counter and slowly made my way to the hallway. It was empty. The office door was closed and locked just as I'd left it. I unlocked it, knife still in hand, and looked inside. The light was on, everything in place. No sign anyone had been there. Trying to calm my nerves, I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. As I pushed open the door to the men's room, the temperature dropped dramatically. It was freezing inside, my breath visible in front of me despite it being July. I reached for the light switch, but before I could flip it, I heard a raspy inhale from one of the stalls, like someone gasping for air. I backed out immediately, heart pounding, and pulled the door shut. I stood there for a moment, frozen with fear, before gathering the courage to open it again. This time, the temperature was normal. I cautiously flipped on the lights. The bathroom was empty. I finished closing in record time that night, constantly looking over my shoulder. As I was setting the alarm, I could have sworn I heard someone whisper my name. Lucas, right behind me. I sprinted to my car and didn't look back. Sunday I had the morning shift, and I was relieved to be working in daylight with others around. I casually asked my co-workers if they'd noticed anything strange lately. Most of them shrugged it off, but Anna, who'd been working at the cafe for over 10 years, gave me an odd look. "You're closing alone now that May is gone, right?" she asked. I nodded. "Harold gets restless when she's not here," she said matter-of-factly. "She has a way with spirits, keeps them settled." I laughed it off, but Anna wasn't smiling. "I'm serious, Lucas. Be careful. Leave a cup of black coffee on the counter before you go. It might help." I thought she was joking, but the look in her eyes told me otherwise. I decided to humor her. What harm could it do? That night, I left a cup of black coffee on the corner of the counter before leaving. Nothing strange happened, and I felt a bit silly for buying into the superstition. Maybe the events of the previous nights were just my imagination working overtime. Monday and Tuesday were uneventful as well. I continued leaving the coffee out, though I felt increasingly foolish doing so. Maybe Anna had been messing with me after all, or maybe the coffee actually worked. Either way, I was relieved. Then came Wednesday, exactly 1 week since May had left. I should have known it would be different when I came in for my shift and found the kitchen staff agitated. They claimed all the pots and pans had been rearranged overnight, not just moved slightly, but completely reorganized in a way that made no sense. Items that belonged in cabinets were on counters. Heavy equipment had been moved to different stations. It would have taken hours to do deliberately. Mrs. Chen called me from Seattle, asking if everything was okay. She claimed she had a bad dream about the cafe and wanted to check in. I reassured her, not wanting to worry her with what was happening. In retrospect, I should have told her everything. That night, I was alone again for closing. Everything seemed normal until about 10:30. I was in the office doing the final count when the computer suddenly turned on by itself. Not just woke from sleep mode, it had been completely powered off, and suddenly the screen was illuminated. Before I could react, the system started printing receipts, dozens of them, one after another. All of them were for the same order, pancakes and black coffee, Harold's regular order. I yanked the power cord from the wall, and the printing stopped. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped several bills as I tried to finish counting. That's when the lights began to flicker, not just in the office, but throughout the entire cafe. I could see them through the office window, blinking on and off in sequence like someone was playing with the switches. "This isn't funny," I said aloud, trying to keep my voice steady. "If someone's here, show yourself." The flickering stopped immediately. Complete silence followed. Then, from the kitchen, came the unmistakable sound of pots and pans crashing to the floor. I should have left right then. I should have abandoned the money, forgotten the closing procedures, and just gotten out. But some stubborn part of me refused to be scared away. This was my workplace, my responsibility. Besides, logically, I told myself there had to be an explanation. I cautiously made my way to the kitchen, phone in hand, ready to call 911. The swinging door was moving slightly, as if someone had just pushed through it. I took a deep breath and entered. What I saw made no sense. Every pot, pan, and utensil in the kitchen was arranged in a perfect circle on the floor. In the center was a single coffee cup, the same kind we served to customers. Steam was rising from it, like it had just been poured. I backed away slowly, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. As I reached the swinging door, it suddenly slammed shut in front of me. I yanked on it, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if someone was holding it from the other side. "Let me out!" I shouted, panic rising in my voice. The lights in the kitchen began to flicker rapidly, and the temperature dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in front of me, and I felt a pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. The handles of the pots on the floor began to rattle against the metal, creating a horrible cacophony. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The door swung open easily, and I stumbled back into the dining area. I was breathing hard, my heart racing. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone or something, but the dining area was empty, or so I thought. As my eyes swept across the room, I noticed something at one of the tables by the window. A figure was sitting there, dim and translucent, but unmistakably the shape of an elderly man. He was hunched over, one hand clutching his chest, the other stretched out as if reaching for help. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure slowly turned its head toward me, and though I couldn't make out distinct features, I felt its gaze lock onto mine. A whisper drifted across the room, so faint I almost missed it. "Help me." Then the figure was gone, not faded away gradually, just gone in an instant, like someone had switched off a projector. I didn't bother finishing the closing procedures. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran for the exit. As I fumbled with the lock on the front door, I heard footsteps behind me, slow, heavy steps, getting closer. I didn't look back. I finally got the door open and rushed outside, slamming it behind me. I sat in my car for almost 20 minutes, unable to stop shaking enough to drive. I kept my eyes on the cafe, watching for any movement inside. At one point, I swear I saw the same figure standing at the window watching me, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. I finally called Mrs. Chen that night and told her everything. She was silent for a long moment, then sighed deeply. "My mother warned me this might happen," she said quietly. "Harold is attached to the cafe, to the place where he died. My mother has been keeping him peaceful." "What do you mean?" I asked. "The light in the office, the coffee each morning, the incense, they're not just superstitions, Lucas. They're boundaries, routines that keep spirits grounded, prevent them from becoming restless." She explained that her mother had sensed Harold's presence years ago and had established certain rituals to keep him calm. The office light was never to be turned off because darkness attracted confused spirits. The morning coffee was an offering, acknowledging his presence and giving him something familiar. "But why is this happening now?" I asked. "Why target me?" "You're sensitive," she said simply. "Some people are. My mother is, and Harold is lonely, confused. He doesn't know he's gone. He thinks he's still waiting for someone to help him." Mrs. Chen arranged for her cousin to come handle closing duties until May returned. I gladly accepted the change, switching to morning shifts for the time being. It's been 5 days since that night, and I haven't experienced anything else unusual. May returns tomorrow, and part of me wonders if things will go back to normal then. Part of me is still trying to rationalize what happened. A prank, my imagination, stress from being alone in the building late at night. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And sometimes, when I'm opening in the morning and I place that cup of black coffee on the corner of the counter, I swear I can feel someone watching me with gratitude. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night or why Harold chose to reveal himself to me. All I know is that I'll never see the cafe the same way again, and I'll never, ever turn off that office light. Story 18. I still don't have an explanation for what happened in my house last month. I've gone over it dozens of times in my head, consulted experts and done research online, but nothing adds up. It's gotten to the point where I need to write it all down, both to preserve the details and to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. For context, I'm a 35-year-old father of two living in Lakeview, a quiet suburban neighborhood that's never given us any problems before this incident. My wife Laura and I have two children, Emily, who's 7, and Caleb, who just turned 4 in March. We've lived in our house for about 6 years, and it's a pretty standard 2-story suburban home built in the early 90s. Nothing fancy, nothing particularly old or creepy about it. It happened on a Tuesday night. I remember because I had just gotten back from a business trip the day before and was still adjusting to being home. It had been a normal evening: dinner, homework with Emily, bath time for the kids, and then the usual bedtime routine. Both kids share a bedroom, with Emily in a twin bed against one wall and Caleb in his little race car bed on the opposite side. The only unusual thing I noticed that evening was our dog, Rex. He's normally a very laid-back golden retriever mix, but that night he was restless, pacing around the house, whining at random intervals and refusing to settle down in his usual spot in the living room. I remember Laura commenting on it, suggesting maybe he was still excited that I was back home, but it didn't feel like that kind of energy. It felt anxious. "He's acting weird," I told Laura. "Maybe he needs to go to the vet." I made a mental note to call our veterinarian in the morning, then forgot about it as we went through our evening routine. We put the kids to bed around 8:30, read them a story, and then went downstairs to watch some TV before turning in ourselves. Rex continued pacing, occasionally going to the bottom of the stairs and staring up them with his ears perked forward before returning to his nervous wandering. Laura and I went to bed around 11. The house was quiet except for Rex, who had finally settled on the floor of our bedroom, but was still noticeably tense, lifting his head at every small noise. I fell asleep quickly, but was jolted awake at exactly 1:17 in the morning by the sound of Caleb screaming. As parents, you develop this instant alertness when your kids cry out, and I was on my feet before I even fully processed what was happening. Laura was faster than me, already halfway to the kids' room by the time I got out of bed. Rex bolted up and followed us, but stopped abruptly at the threshold of the children's bedroom, hackles raised. He wouldn't go in, which was weird because he usually loves cuddling with the kids. Caleb was sitting up in his bed, sobbing and pointing toward the ceiling above Emily's bed. "The water man! The water man!" he kept saying through his tears. Meanwhile, Emily was standing in the middle of the room looking distressed and uncomfortable. Laura immediately went to comfort Caleb while I turned to Emily. "Daddy, my bed is all wet and scary," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't want to sleep in it." At first I thought she'd had an accident, though that would have been unusual for her age. She hasn't wet the bed since she was 4. But kids have nightmares. They get scared. Accidents happen. "It's okay, sweetie," I said, walking over to her bed to assess the damage. What I saw made my skin crawl. Emily's bed was soaked, and I mean absolutely drenched. The sheets, comforter, and even the pillow were wet, as if someone had dumped a bucket of water directly onto the bed. But the pattern of the wetness was what immediately struck me as wrong. It wasn't centered where Emily's body would have been if she'd had an accident. It was concentrated from approximately where her chin would be down to her midsection, in an almost perfect rectangular shape. I touched the wet spot, expecting it to feel warm if it was urine, but it was cold, ice cold. And there was so much of it, far more liquid than a 7-year-old child could possibly produce. "Emily," I said carefully, "did you spill something on your bed?" She shook her head emphatically. "No, Daddy. I woke up and it was all wet and cold." That's when I noticed something else strange. Emily herself was completely dry. Her pajamas, her hair, her hands. There wasn't a drop of moisture on her. If she had been lying in a bed that soaked, she should have been wet too, but she wasn't. It was as if the liquid had appeared only after she got out of the bed. Laura looked over from where she was comforting Caleb, who had started to calm down. "What's wrong with her bed?" she asked. "It's soaked." I replied, trying to keep my voice steady so as not to frighten the kids further. Like, really soaked. Laura frowned. Did she have an accident? I shook my head slightly, trying to communicate with my eyes that something wasn't right. Laura picked up on it immediately. Hey, how about you two come sleep in our room tonight? Daddy will check out what's going on with Emily's bed. The kids readily agreed, and Laura took them to our bedroom. Rex followed them, clearly relieved to be leaving the children's room. Once they were gone, I examined the bed more closely. The amount of liquid was substantial. When I pressed down on the mattress, water actually pooled on the surface. It was as if someone had poured at least a gallon of water onto it. I stripped off the bedding to see the extent of the damage, and the mattress itself was soaked through. The ceiling above the bed was completely dry. No water stains, no dripping, nothing to indicate the source had come from above. The walls were dry too. There were no water bottles or cups in the room that could have spilled. The windows were closed and locked from the inside. I looked under the bed, thinking maybe there was a leak coming up from below, but the carpet underneath was bone dry. The only wet spot in the entire room was Emily's bed, and it was concentrated in that specific rectangular area. It was at this point that I started to feel genuinely uneasy. There was simply no logical explanation for how that much water could appear in such a specific pattern with no apparent source. I went to the bathroom and got several thick towels, then returned to the bedroom and began soaking up as much of the liquid as I could. As I worked, I noticed the liquid had no smell at all. If it had been urine, there would have been at least some odor, but this was completely odorless. After thoroughly soaking several towels, I took them to the bathroom and wrung them out into a mixing bowl I grabbed from the kitchen. I wanted to get a better look at this mysterious liquid. It appeared to be clear water, but something about it didn't seem quite right. I'm not normally paranoid or superstitious, but the whole situation had me on edge. I decided to test the liquid. As a bit of background, I keep tropical fish as a hobby and have water testing equipment for maintaining my aquariums. I dug out my testing kit and checked the mystery liquid for basic parameters. The results were odd. The liquid tested at 555 parts per million for total dissolved solids, which is extremely hard water. For comparison, I tested our tap water, which came in at 360 parts per million, already considered hard water in our area. Whatever this liquid was, it contained significantly more minerals than our normal water supply. I also tested it for ammonia, which would be present in urine. The test came back negative. This was definitely not urine. By this point, it was around 2:30 in the morning. I had spent over an hour investigating this water situation and was no closer to an explanation. Our house has no history of plumbing issues or water damage. The room above the kids' bedroom is the attic, which is unfinished and used only for storage. No water pipes run through it. I returned to our bedroom to find Laura sitting up in bed, the kids finally asleep on our bed. Rex was lying at the foot of the bed, still alert and watchful. "What is it?" Laura whispered when she saw my expression. I sat down on the edge of the bed and explained everything. The pattern of the wetness, the amount of liquid, the fact that Emily was completely dry, and the water test results. "That's impossible," she said after I finished. "Water doesn't just appear out of nowhere." "I know," I replied, "but I'm telling you, there's no source I can find. And it's a lot of water, Laura, way more than a spilled cup or something." We both agreed to deal with it more thoroughly in the morning. I placed some old beach towels over the wet area of Emily's mattress and put a fan on it, hoping it would dry out overnight. As we were getting ready to try to sleep again, Caleb stirred and mumbled something about the waterman standing over Emily. I asked him what he meant, but he was too sleepy to respond coherently. Laura suggested it was just a nightmare, and I tried to convince myself she was right. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly unexplainable had happened in our house. I barely slept for the rest of the night, getting up several times to check on the kids' room. The mattress was still damp in the morning, but nothing new had occurred. Over breakfast, I gently asked Emily if she remembered anything unusual before finding her bed wet. "I had a dream about a tall person standing next to my bed," she said casually while eating her cereal. "They were dripping water everywhere." The casual way she said it sent a chill down my spine. "Did the person say anything to you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. Emily shook her head. "No, they were just watching me. But they made a weird sound, like when you hold your breath underwater and let out bubbles." I exchanged a glance with Laura, who looked as disturbed as I felt. Later that day, I examined the room again in daylight. The mattress had mostly dried, leaving behind a faint white residue, consistent with hard water drying. I checked every inch of the ceiling, walls and floor. I even went up to the attic to see if there was any sign of water damage or leakage. Nothing. I've spent the past month trying to find a rational explanation. I've had a plumber inspect our entire house. No leaks anywhere. I spoke with a home inspector who suggested maybe it was condensation, but couldn't explain the volume of water or its specific pattern. I even contacted a meteorologist to ask if some bizarre weather phenomenon could cause water to form inside a house. All dead ends. The kids have been sleeping in our room since that night. We bought Emily a new mattress, but neither child wants to return to their bedroom. Caleb still occasionally mentions the waterman, but clams up when we try to get more details. Rex refuses to enter that room now. He stands at the doorway and whines if we try to coax him in. As for me, I'm left with more questions than answers. What was that liquid, and where did it come from? Why was it concentrated in that specific pattern? And most disturbingly, what did Caleb see standing over his sister's bed that night? I've installed cameras in the kids' room, and we're slowly working on getting them comfortable with the idea of sleeping in there again. So far, nothing unusual has appeared on the footage. But sometimes, late at night, I hear the distinct sound of water dripping from somewhere in the house. When I get up to check, there's never anything there, just the lingering chill of something I can't explain. Story 19. I still can't explain what happened to me during those 3 incidents in my old family home in Meadowbrook. I'm 22 now, but I was 17 when it all started, right after my parents separated. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced, I just can't rationalize it away. The first time it happened was in late November, a Friday night after a basketball game at my high school. I had stayed late to hang out with some friends, trying to distract myself from the fact that home wasn't really home anymore. My mom had moved out 2 weeks earlier, and my dad was away on a business trip that weekend. I was supposed to stay at my friend Jake's house, but changed my mind last minute. I got home around 11:30 at night. Our house was this big 2-story in a quiet cul-de-sac, the kind of neighborhood where nothing ever happens. It was unusually cold that night, and I remember rushing up the driveway, fumbling with my keys as I unlocked the front door. Our rescue dog, Max, was supposed to greet me like he always did. This big golden retriever mix who would bark his head off at the slightest noise outside. But when I stepped inside, the house was completely silent. That was the first thing that felt off. "Max," I called out, flipping on the hallway light. Nothing. I figured he was sleeping somewhere, so I tossed my backpack on the couch and went to the kitchen to grab something to eat. That's when I heard it, the distinct sound of our garage door slamming shut. The sound was unmistakable. I'd heard it thousands of times growing up. That heavy thud followed by the metal rattling. My heart immediately started racing. Nobody was supposed to be home. I froze, standing there in the kitchen with the refrigerator door half open, listening. Maybe my dad had come home early and hadn't told me. "Dad!" I called out. No answer. Then came the second sound. The front door opened and slammed shut. Not just closed, slammed. Hard enough that I felt the vibration through the floor. The thing is, I was standing in the kitchen, which has a clear line of sight to the front door. Nobody walked through that door. It just opened and slammed on its own. I grabbed a knife from the counter and slowly walked back toward the front of the house. The door was completely closed, locked exactly as I had left it. I checked all the windows, locked. I even opened the door and checked the front porch. Nobody was there. The garage was empty too, except for my mum's old car that she hadn't taken with her. What freaked me out more than anything was Max's behavior. I finally found him huddled under my parents' bed upstairs, which was weird enough. Max never hid, but when I tried to coax him out, he wouldn't budge. He wasn't growling or barking, he was just terrified. His eyes were wide, and he was shaking. This dog that would bark if a leaf blew past our house was completely silent, like he was afraid to make a sound. I ended up sleeping with the lights on that night, with Max finally curled up next to me, still trembling occasionally. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or the wind, but deep down I knew better. The second incident happened in May, right after one of the last days of school. Things had gotten even weirder at home by then. After my mom moved out, some of my extended family had moved in. My Aunt Claire, her husband, and their 2 kids. My dad said it was to help with the bills, but I knew it was because the house felt too empty with just us. That day, everyone had gone out for dinner, but I'd stayed home to finish a project. The house was completely silent, except for the clicking of my keyboard as I worked on my laptop. It was around 7 in the evening, still light outside, when I heard what sounded like someone walking around downstairs. At first, I thought maybe someone had come home early. "Hello?" I called out from my bedroom. No answer. The footsteps continued, not frantic or running, just casual walking, like someone moving from the living room to the kitchen. I finally got up and went to the top of the stairs. "Aunt Claire? Dad?" Nothing. I went downstairs and checked every room. Nobody was there. All the doors were locked from the inside. Nobody could have come in and left without me hearing them unlock and open a door. Max was outside in the backyard, calm as could be, which made it even stranger. If someone had broken in, he would have been going crazy. Feeling uneasy but convincing myself it was just the house making noise, I headed back upstairs to finish my project. I was just a few steps away from my bedroom door when it happened. A hot breath on my left ear, and then a man's voice, deep, raspy, and clear as day, whispered something right over my shoulder. I couldn't make out the exact words, but it was definitely a male voice, and it was right there. I spun around so fast I nearly fell. There was nobody there, not just nobody close to me, nobody in the hallway at all. I was completely alone. My blood ran cold. The sensation of that warm breath against my ear was unmistakable. It wasn't a draft or the air conditioning. Our vents were all on the floor, and none of them were near where I was standing. Besides, AC doesn't feel like human breath or speak in a raspy whisper. I ran into my room and locked the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I called my dad, trying to keep my voice steady, asking when they'd be home. They were only 15 minutes away, but it felt like hours. I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation, but I couldn't come up with one. How do you explain feeling someone's breath on your ear when you're alone in a house? The third and final incident was the one that still gives me goosebumps even typing this out. It happened in August, right before I started my senior year. By then, my aunt and her family had moved out, and it was just me and my dad rattling around in that big empty house. My mom had officially filed for divorce by then, and the whole house felt heavy with a kind of sadness. I was in my bedroom playing video games with my headphones on, but had taken one ear off so I could hear if my dad called me for dinner. It was around 6 in the evening, and I knew he was downstairs cooking. That's when I heard it, someone calling hey from downstairs. It wasn't my dad's voice, but I figured maybe he had a friend over or something. I paused my game and went to the top of the stairs. "Yeah?" I called down. No answer. "Dad?" I tried again. Still nothing. I went downstairs and checked the kitchen. My dad was there, cooking by himself, headphones in his ears as he listened to a podcast. "Did you call me?" I asked after tapping his shoulder to get his attention. He pulled out an earbud. "No, haven't called you. Dinner's in 20. I looked around the kitchen, feeling that same uneasiness creep back. "Is anyone else here? I thought I heard someone say hey." Dad shook his head. "Just us, Tyler." I checked the rest of the downstairs anyway. Nobody. All doors locked, windows secured. I headed back upstairs, confused but trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was part of the game I was playing, or a sound from outside that just sounded like, hey. But as I reached exactly the same spot in the upstairs hallway where I'd felt the breath months earlier, it happened again. "Hi!" A whisper directly in my left ear again. The same raspy male voice. And again, that unmistakable sensation of warm breath against my skin. I didn't even turn around this time. I just ran. I bolted down the stairs so fast I nearly fell, practically hyperventilating by the time I reached the kitchen. My dad was alarmed, asking what was wrong, but how could I explain it? I mumbled something about thinking I saw a spider, but I stayed downstairs for the rest of the evening, sitting at the kitchen table while he cooked, too terrified to go back upstairs alone. After that night, I started sleeping on the couch downstairs more often than not. I couldn't explain why, but whatever this was seemed focused on that upstairs hallway and specifically on me. The weirdest part, Max would never go near that spot in the hallway either. He'd literally walk along the opposite wall, giving that area a wide berth, his eyes fixed on it as he passed by. We moved out a few months later, after the divorce was finalized. My dad and I got an apartment closer to my school, and honestly, it was a relief. I never experienced anything like that again in our new place. I've tried to find rational explanations for what happened. Maybe it was stress from my parents' separation. Maybe it was some weird vent issue or acoustics in the house, but none of that explains the physical sensation of breath on my ear, or why it only happened to me, or why our dog, who could sense things we couldn't, was so afraid. What's always bothered me most is why me? Why those specific moments when I was alone or feeling vulnerable? It was like whatever it was knew exactly when to appear, when I'd be most receptive or most affected. I've never told many people about this. It sounds crazy, I know. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or whatever. But I also can't explain what happened in that house. Sometimes I wonder if the previous owners experienced anything similar, if there was some history to the house that we never knew about. I've even thought about contacting them to ask, but I'm not sure I want to know the answer. All I know is that something was in that house. Something that could make sounds, that could whisper in my ear, that could terrify our dog. Something that seemed to be drawn to me specifically during one of the most emotionally difficult times of my life. I still drive past our old house sometimes. A new family lives there now. I can see their kids playing in the front yard, their car in the driveway. I always wonder if they've heard anything, felt anything. Part of me hopes they haven't. Part of me hopes whatever it was left when we did. But sometimes, especially late at night when I can't sleep, I still feel the phantom sensation of hot breath on my ear, and I find myself straining to hear what that voice was trying to tell me. Was it a warning, a threat, or was it trying to tell me something important that I never stuck around long enough to hear? I guess I'll never know, but to this day, whenever someone whispers near my left ear, I can't help but flinch away. Some fears, once they get under your skin, never truly leave you. Story 20. I've never been sure how to start these posts. I'm not much of a writer, just a regular guy who's been through some weird shit that I can't explain. I've thought about sharing this for months now, but always chickened out. It's not exactly the kind of thing you bring up at dinner parties. But after what happened a few months ago, I need to get this off my chest. Even if nobody believes me, I've been dealing with sleep paralysis since I was a kid. For those who don't know what that is, it's basically when your mind wakes up, but your body doesn't. You're completely conscious but can't move a muscle. And the worst part? You're not alone in there. I'm 30 now, but this started when I was around 5 or 6. I grew up in this small town called Pine Grove. Pretty boring place where everyone knows everyone's business. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway in our old 2-story house. Nothing special about it except for the weird shadows the tree outside would cast on my wall when the wind blew. The first time it happened, I thought I was having a nightmare. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't even wiggle my toes or fingers. My breath got shallow and quick, and that's when I noticed something in the corner of my room. It was just standing there, this dark, human-shaped shadow. No features, no face, just this black mass watching me. I tried to scream for my mum, but nothing came out. Just this pathetic wheeze. The thing didn't move, didn't make any noise, it just observed. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I remember was waking up to my alarm for school. I told my parents about it, but they just said it was a bad dream. The standard response, there's no such thing as monsters. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a dream. It felt too real. Throughout elementary school, these episodes kept happening. Sometimes weeks apart, sometimes several nights in a row. The shadow would always be in a different spot. Sometimes by my closet, sometimes at the foot of my bed, sometimes just standing in the doorway. It never did anything, just watched. When I was 10, things changed. I had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder by then. The doctors had me on all sorts of meds that made my sleep even worse than it already was. I was going through a particularly bad stretch, maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night for weeks. That's when the shadow got bolder. I remember waking up gasping for air. The thing was on my chest. I couldn't breathe. It wasn't heavy like a person would be, more like this pressure pushing down on me. I could feel my heart pounding against whatever was pressing down. My lungs burned from trying to suck in air that wouldn't come. I was convinced I was going to die right there in my Batman sheets. After what felt like hours but was probably only a minute or two, it finally let up. The pressure disappeared, but the shadow stayed at the edge of my bed until morning came. I slept with my lights on for months after that. As I got older, the fear started turning into something else. Anger. By high school, I was so fucking tired of being afraid. I'd been living with this thing for almost a decade. The paralysis was still terrifying, but now when I'd see the shadow, I'd try to charge at it. Of course, I couldn't actually move, but in my mind, I was lunging toward it, screaming at it to leave me alone. Sounds crazy, right? Fighting something that probably wasn't even real? But that's what years of sleep deprivation and fear do to you. You get desperate. The sleep specialists I saw in my teens told me it was just a symptom of my bipolar disorder combined with poor sleep hygiene. One psychiatrist suggested it might be some manifestation of childhood trauma, but there wasn't any trauma to speak of. Just a normal kid with an abnormal nighttime visitor. My big breakthrough happened when I was 21. I was in college, pulling an all-nighter to finish some project that seemed super important at the time. I was living in this shitty studio apartment off campus, the kind with paper-thin walls, where you could hear your neighbors brushing their teeth. I had been gaming all night to stay awake. Old-school World of Warcraft, if you're curious. Around 5 in the morning, I finally crashed on my futon, controller still in hand. What felt like seconds later, I was paralyzed again. The shadow was standing between me and my little TV, but this time, something was different. I was pissed off. Not scared, just completely fed up. I focused everything I had on moving my arm, just my right arm. I visualized it lifting, focused all my mental energy on just that one movement, and then It moved. Just barely, just a few inches off the futon, but it moved. And the shadow, it stepped back. It fucking moved in response to me. That was the first time I'd ever seen it react to anything I did. In all those years, it had always just stood there watching. But now, I had evidence that I could affect it somehow. The moment my arm lifted, I snapped fully awake, drenched in sweat, but feeling like I'd just won some major victory. After that, the episodes actually stopped for a while. I went almost 8 years without a single incident. I graduated college, got a decent job at a tech company doing IT work, even got married to this amazing woman named Claire, who never once made me feel weird about my past experiences. I thought maybe I had outgrown it, or that whatever meds I was on had finally balanced out my brain chemistry enough to stop the paralysis. Life was good, normal even, until last year. Claire left me. No warning, no big fight. Just came home one day and said she wasn't happy anymore and needed space. Took her stuff and moved in with her sister. The divorce papers came a month later. I was completely blindsided and fell into a pretty severe depression. Stopped sleeping again, started drinking more than I should have. My psychiatrist prescribed some stronger sleep aids to help me get through the worst of it. That's when the shadow came back. But it wasn't the same anymore. It happened on a Tuesday night, about 7 months ago. I had taken my sleep meds around 10 p.m., knocked out pretty quickly on the couch watching some mindless Netflix show. I woke up around 3 in the morning, instantly aware that something was wrong. The TV was still on, casting this blue glow across my living room, but the sound was muted. I hadn't muted it. I tried to reach for my phone on the coffee table, but my body wouldn't respond. The familiar panic started setting in. It had been so long that I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. That's when I noticed movement near my feet. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It had substance, like a person wearing a black morph suit, but somehow darker than the darkness around it. It never showed its face, always managed to keep its head turned just enough that I couldn't make out any features. But I could tell it was looking at me. The thing reached out and grabbed my ankle. Its hand was ice cold, like touching metal that's been left outside in winter. I could feel individual fingers wrapping around my leg, squeezing just hard enough to let me know it was real. That's when something inside me snapped. All those years of fear and frustration came rushing back. I was tired of being helpless, tired of being afraid. Remembering what happened in college, I focused everything I had on moving my arms. Not just lifting them this time, but actually grabbing back. To my shock, my right hand responded. It was like pushing through concrete, but I managed to grab the thing's wrist. Its skin, or whatever it was, felt wrong. Not quite solid, not quite liquid, like touching smoke that somehow had form. The entity seemed surprised. It tried to pull away, but I held on. I started pulling myself up, trying to see its face. I needed to know what had been tormenting me all these years. But as I got closer, it raised its other hand and blocked my view, pressing against my face to push me back. That's when I bit it, hard as I possibly could. And let me tell you, it was not what I expected. It wasn't like biting flesh or cloth. It was like biting into static electricity. My teeth tingled painfully, and my mouth filled with this metallic taste like licking a battery. The thing made a noise, the first sound I'd ever heard from it in all these years. Not quite a scream, not quite a growl. More like the sound of radio interference, but somehow angry. It yanked its hand away, and I fell back onto the couch. For a brief second, we just stared at each other, me breathing heavily, it holding its injured hand. Then everything went black, and I woke up for real, sitting bolt upright on my couch, heart racing, the Netflix "Are you still watching?" screen glowing in the darkness. The shadow hasn't come back since that night. It's been 7 months now, the longest I've gone without an episode since this all started. Sometimes I wonder if I actually hurt it somehow, or if it's just regrouping, planning something worse. But I'm not afraid anymore. If anything, I'm ready. If it comes back, I'll be waiting. Each time we've encountered each other, I've gotten stronger, more able to fight back. Whatever this thing is, hallucination, demon, some weird manifestation of my own mental health issues, it doesn't have the same power over me that it once did. I still don't sleep great, still take my meds, still struggle with the aftermath of my divorce and all the regular life stuff everyone deals with. But at least now when I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm alone in my room. And somehow that's both a relief and strangely disappointing, because part of me wants one more round, one more chance to see what's behind that non-face, to find out what it wants, why it chose me, where it goes when it's not tormenting me. I keep a notebook by my bed now, ready to write down anything that happens if it returns. But so far, those pages remain empty. Maybe it's really gone for good. Or maybe it's just waiting for me to let my guard down again. All I know is that I'll be ready either way. This isn't over. Things like that don't just give up because you bit them once. Our little war has been going on too long for such an anticlimactic ending. Sometimes at night, when I'm lying in bed staring at the ceiling, I swear I can still taste that metallic flavor in my mouth. And in those moments, I know it's still out there somewhere, nursing its wounded pride, planning its return. And when it does come back, I'm going to be ready, because next time I'm not just going to bite it, I'm going to see its face. And then maybe, finally, I'll get some answers.